Down from the hills, old Billy Joe came to the city lights, but he's still the same. Brought his overalls and his trusty hound, looking for that country life in the city he found. He's got a twang in his step, a drawl in his voice, skyscrapers and traffic, but he ain't got no choice. This is his pickup, now he's riding the train with banjo on his back, just playing that ditty. He's a redneck in the city, sneaking out a mile, turning heads on the sidewalk with his crooked smile. Yeehaw! In the concrete jungle, wide and gritty, he's the cowboy that has seen city out of latte. He's fatted out. What the heck's this brew? Give him a can of beans and a barbecue. Met a vegan, said I'll pray for your meatless soul. Back where I'm from, we got a different kind of bowl. Rooftop gardens, he plants taters in the ground, and a honky-tonk bars where he'll be found. Two-stepping with ladies who can't resist the charm. Down from the hills, old Billy Joe came to the city lights, but he's still the same. Brought his overalls and his trusty hound, looking for that country life in the city he found. He's got a twang in his step, a drawl in his voice, skyscrapers and traffic, but he ain't got no choice. This is his pickup, now he's riding the train. Texas pickup. He's a redneck in the city, and he's living it up in his John Deere cap. He's the life of the cook, yeehaw. He's blending in just a little witty. He's the jolly good fellow, the redneck ditty. So here's to Billy Joe and his country song in the city's choir. He's where he belongs with a yeehaw. He's the redneck wonder with a flair to spare. Billy Joe's truck died with a cough and a wheeze on the side of the road, hanging out the free. City lights behind him, heart heavy like a stone. Divorce papers in his pocket, feeling all alone. Dave a slicker in a shiny Tesla ride, so Billy's plotting pulled up the side. Middle-lift cowboy with a smirk, wide and slick. Billy shrugged, sure buddy, but this ain't my usual pick. Oh, a legend in a city boy in a car so fine, driving back to the sticks, crossing that Hawkins County line. From the New York Strip to the countryside, they're a mismatched duo, but they're doing just fine. They're a mismatched duo, but they're doing just fine. They'll win next City Bowl. Driving back to the States, crossing that Hawkins County line. From the New York Strip to the countryside, they're a mismatched duo, but they're doing just fine. Spitting mad about his luck gone south. Joe the shoe took the dog, the house and a mouse. City boy laughs, well, that's a country song right there. Billy grins back, son, in my world that's fair. They talk of the truck, how it was tough and grand, how it plowed through mud like it was planted in a span. City boys nodding, no, we ain't got a clue, just cruising along, enjoying the view. Now it's dirt roads and dust, leaving heartache behind, with the city slick as curiosity. And the cowboy's mind, from the courtroom to cornfields, from tears to a new bind. The chain of stories, their lives intertwined. Billy's got his hat, City's got his style. Billy shows Snoop out the ropes of the land, how to bait a hook and how to fry in a pan. City boys taking notes with his phone in his hand. Ain't no app for this life, it's more rich and unplanned. Pull up to the farm, And the fields open wide, city boys eyes wide. There's no place to hide but the stars overhead. All blue, got out in the open country where life's on fire. Town, a cowboy and a gin from a broke down truck to a buddy's tent. They found common ground, and that's quite the event. It's the story of Billy and his city side. Here's to the journey from the city's gleam to the country's embrace and the American dream. For Billy Joe and his friend, it's a brand new thing. Two worlds collide and they're a hell of a team. So here's to the journey from the city's gleam to the country's embrace and the American dream. For Billy Joe and his friend, it's a brand new thing. Two worlds collide and they're a hell of a team. City pal shooting pool in a dive. When the door swung open, Joe's shoe arrived. Her heels click clacking like a shotgun's rhythm. City slicker's jaw drop. Who's this fishing? Billy choked on his beer. That's my Joe's shoe. As she sashayed past with her hairdo askew. Boys and back, she drawled with the fire in her eye. City slicker spitting my own mind. Joe's shoe. You're like a hurricane in boots, turning heads and hearts and stirring up roots. Got the city boy hooked on your country pursuits. He's lost in your twang and chasing those hoots. Billy warned him quick, she's a wildcat, just so you know. Steals your heart like a thief, then she's ready to go. The slicker's in a trance by a redneck charm. Joe's shoes swanky, causing Billy Joe alarm. She racked the ball, sent him playing for keeps. Whoever wins gets to take me to the creek. City boys thrill, thinking he's got the knack, but old Billy's the shark, this ain't his first rack. Joe's shoe, you're like a hurricane in boots, turning heads and hearts and stirring up roots. Got the city boy hooked on your country pursuits. He's lost in your twang and chasing those hoots. Billy warned him quick, she's a wildcat, just so you know. Steals your heart like a thief, then she's ready to go. The slicker's in a trance by a redneck charm. Joe's shoes squeaky, crossing Billy Joe. She racked the ball, sent him playing for keys. Whoever wins gets to take me to the creek. City boys thrill, thinking he's got the knack, but old Billy's a shark, this ain't his first rack. We're just in something final ball. The bar erupting noise, water wall. In Rogersville where tails grow tall. This one's sure to enthrall. Joe's shoes saddles up with a smoky chain, and a Joe's beer now with a basket vein. A Joe's beer, this is slick now, part of the routine. A late's main act, bold and unforeseen. Joe's shoe, Joe's shoe, our Hawkins County queen, skirting up the scene. In a bar where the lights are dim, but the room is keen. We're just in the city slick now, part of the routine that a night's made. Rolling on the scene, shoot lay down. Joe's shoe on the show, no shoe, Joe's shoe. Lay down, shoot.
Help 'em, come on in. Crystal's here, let's begin. No time for that fake stuff. Diamond in the rough. We dive in. Knows why. Real talk, hit it hard. Opinions raw and real. Crime talk. That's the deal. Crystals, crime conversations. Real talk. No hesitations. Crystals, crime conversations. Fun around raw. All sensations. Welcome, come on in. Fun and raw, all sensations. Let's go.
Hello. Hi, Delta Ray, Stephanie, Andy B. So here's what we are going to review tonight. I'm going to go over Benny and Candus's call when the whole Tim thing went down. Now, during this, I want to point a few things out. Hold on one second. Sorry, I needed a drink. Okay, so there's a few things I want you guys to listen to. Yes, the phone, in my opinion, is still very important. However, I'm going to ask you to listen to this with listening to the other things that are spoken about as well. Things people haven't listened to. So I cut off the beginning of this because Benny had major dramatics. It took him 10 minutes to even talk. He was rolling weed and grinding weed and doing all kinds of weird, strange shit, right? Had to really bring the theatrics to the viewers. So I'm just going to skip all that. However, we are going to listen to the whole thing. This is almost 2 hours long. So I expect to be here for quite some time. I'm hoping to finish it all tonight. If not, we'll do a part 2. There's quite a few things I want to point out to you guys. I was breaking this up into pieces, but the more I listened to it, the more important I felt it was to listen to the whole thing. So I'm going to let it play. I'll be pausing and doing commentary. I'm not going to be looking at the chat just for a minute here because I'm going to pause it very soon after it starts. I just don't want to miss the first pause because I want you guys to see exactly what I want you to hear first. And it's pretty much at the beginning. It might be a little bit more in, but okay, let's get to it.
Hey, sorry, bro. I ain't to talk about baby. I'm not mad at you at all. Man, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Man, what's up with Chris? Shut the fuck off. Huh? I don't know what's going on, but I'm ready to fuck pissed off about it. I don't know what. Chris texted me a whole bunch of crazy shit, like I'm messing with some cameras and I'm downloading Donnie's phone and I'm asking you for birth certificates.
So, the other day, I pointed out that they were talking about the cameras. However, I didn't go deep into detail with the cameras. We're going to hear a lot more of that. But what I want you to pay attention to right now, just starting for a little bit, pay attention to all of it. But I want you to hear who else Candus is very mad at, who she's apologizing to, who the PIs are mad at. Because, see, Benny skipped this when he was going over it. You all heard it, but he was making such a huge deal out of the phone that I believe, in my opinion, he was skipping other parts. Now, it's all been spoken about, but not to the depth I'm about to go. Hold on.
Not you, bro. That's not you at all. I don't know what he's talking. I told him, I was like, Chris, bro, I never asked Candus for no birth certificates. I asked her for the hour they were born. No, that's fucking goddamn damn dude. Oh, man. And look, dude, check this shit out. The other day, like, I was trying to talk to the news people. Yeah. And Kim got his shit up.
Okay, the part I want you to hear is actually after this part. I forgot about this part because this is where I cut it and was decided just to do the whole thing. Okay, so in this part, they're going to get into Tim. I believe this is important. I'll be pausing and speaking as we go through this, but I pay attention. This is important. I'm just not even going to mute. I'm just going to sit here and pause. I'm not looking at the chat.
He got his ass all up involved in that crap. Yeah. And I told him, I said, dude, you need to sit the fuck down and let me fucking handle this shit. What do you mean?
Okay, so what she is talking about here is when she went on to the news with Ansley Daniels. She's telling us, and I always felt this was important. What she's telling us is that Tim was trying to involve himself with the news people, and she was very upset with him. Hold on.
Got all up in it. Okay, so like, Angelique come up here, right? Yeah. And because do you know what Larson said? Yeah, he said the child wasn't cooperating and she got a lawyer. Well, okay, so I had to ask Liz come up here and I went on a statement and shit. And then Tim called me like 2 hours later. He's like, so what are you doing? I said, it ain't none of your concern, dude. Sit back, shut up and watch the news, motherfucker. Yeah. And
So Tim showed up when he found out she was going on the news, or after. I didn't quite understand that, and this is long, so I don't want to go back. It's not that important. But the timing anyway. But Tim come up there on the hill and was asking her, what are you doing going on the news? Like he was pissed off that her and her mom was going on the news.
he's been doing all kinds of other hand shit. Like what? And what doing to her friends, I get that. I haven't talked to
She tells Benny he's been doing all kinds of underhand shit. Benny says, like what? And Candus then follows up with, I know you and him are friends, but
Tim in many days.
Benny said, I haven't talked to Tim in many days.
I'm talking to him from my heart. Right. And I'm telling you, Tim is underhanded, dog. What is he doing? But like in what way? Okay, like, I told him to sit back and be quiet and don't say nothing. You'll find out here in the new picture what I'm doing. Yeah. Because I want
So Candus wanted to defend herself. She wanted to go public with the whole news situation, okay? And Tim was up there telling her not to go public. Now you have to remember this was when Dawn was in jail. I'm checking chat. Hold on. Oh, the city slickers. I made that a while ago. It was just a joke. It wasn't even like good done. I'm just putting it out there because she's being a bitch tonight. What is he doing? Are those papers? Is that legal in Texas? Yes, it is. This was when Dawn was in jail, right? Yes. Dawn was in jail and lots of people were targeting Candus then. Mullen was trying to gatekeep and burn Dawn's phone into his computer per Candus. Yes, Mishu. That's exactly what we're going over now. A lot of people, like Jody Sue's been shown a Tim Mullen call. But there's a lot of things in this that I want to point out. You'll see. We'll get there. But I think it's important that we listen and go over all of it. Okay. Not in chat again.
The fucking sheriff's department and that I got a lawyer and all this shit. Right. Okay, so I told her sit back and be quiet and just wait for the news article to come up. Right. So okay, I told him that, and then all of a sudden when the news.
Okay, so here Candus is telling us about how Lawson came out and was stating that she had a lawyer, or she was telling Benny, not us, because I don't believe Candus knew this was going to be put on YouTube. However, after listening to a good portion of this last night, I feel the PIs were also recording this. I don't feel Benny was the only one recording. That's my opinion, and I'll point that out later. But anyways, she was talking about, she was very upset that Lawson came out and said that she had an attorney. Now, if you remember correctly, Pruitt later came out and had said that there is attorney, something with the boys that had to do with CPS. Now, Candus tells Benny about this later, just a little bit later in this conversation. And when she does, I want you to pay attention to what she says to him. So only because this is going to play out later, I want you to pay attention now. I just want to point it out. Okay.
The article come out. I know you have to see it. I have not watched it until tonight. I didn't even get to watch it because where I was trying to listen to it, the fucking volume was so low. I couldn't hear it. All I could do was see it. So, did you do it? Well, I'll send you what Angelique said. All right. And my mom went on there. Grandma went on there. And I don't know what she said because I went back in the house. Because I don't want my face. I don't want my face on camera. Yeah. So you haven't watched your mom either? No, I have not. Okay. But everyone has told me in text-wise that mom did a really good job. Okay. Good. So, but I don't, man, I'm just like at the point, like, I don't trust him anymore than I used to. Yeah.
Okay. So here she says she doesn't trust Tim anymore like she used to.
And the only reason why I asked that Judy and Krista listen in on our conversation.
Pay attention. I'm going to split this right here. Look, you guys are watching me. You're getting a little tutorial. You can learn how to use Canva. Right click, split. Okay.
The reason why I asked that Judy and Krista listen in on our conversation was to protect my ability. Right?
Split. Pay attention to what she says here.
The reason why I asked that Judy and Chris to listen in on our conversation was to protect my ability.
The only reason I asked Judy and Chris to listen in on our conversation was to protect my ability. That's important. Pay attention. Remember that little piece right here, okay? Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the image behind, and let's just make it red, because we're going to want to come back to this. All right.
I understand. It's just like Chris. I'm sorry Penny got upset. I didn't mean to upset her. Well, Penny didn't get upset about nothing at all. It was just the way Chris came back around the corner. Like Chris came back accusing me of messing with y'all's cameras and the sound. Oh, okay. I got you now. Yeah, and then he's.
All right. We're going to split this. This is going to get deleted. We're going to turn this red. Now listen to these together.
The only reason why I asked that Judy and Chris to listen in on our conversation was to protect my ability. I understand. It's just like Chris. I'm sorry Penny got upset. I didn't mean.
Oops.
Got upset her? Well, Penny didn't get upset about nothing at all.
We're splitting that. Listen again.
I asked that Judy and Chris to listen in on our conversation was to protect my ability. I understand. It's just like Chris. I'm sorry Penny got upset. I didn't mean to upset her. Well, Penny didn't get upset about nothing at all.
So, are you guys catching what I'm putting out? Yeah, we'll get back to that as it goes on. We're going to get back to Tim. But right now, this is what I really, really want to point out. So, she states.
I asked that Judy and Chris to listen in on our conversation was to protect my ability.
The only reason I asked Trudy and Chris to listen in on our conversation was to protect my ability.
I understand. It's just like Chris. I'm sorry Penny got upset. I didn't mean to upset her. Okay.
I'm sorry Penny got upset. I didn't mean to upset her. Referring to Chris and Trudy.
I asked that Judy and Chris to listen in on our conversation was to protect my ability.
Penny, and Candus were in on a conversation with Trudy and Chris listening in.
I understand. It's just like Chris. I'm sorry Penny got upset. I didn't mean to upset her. Well, Penny didn't get upset about nothing at all. It was just the way Chris came back around the corner. Like Chris came back accusing me of messing with.
Ah, shit. Hold on. Okay, listen. When yins listen to this, she might have said liability, but it sounded like ability. So what it sounded like to me was Candus had felt something funny was going on. Okay? It sounds to me like Penny and Benny were asking Candus for information off the birth certificate. Now, people have all made a fuss about the birth certificate and Benny asking about information on the birth certificate. But what people did not catch, in my opinion, that I have seen, is that Penny was on a call that was being recorded by the PIs. Penny gets very upset. This will go on. They're going to go back into Tim and other things that are also very, very important. But this was what I was trying to show when I was tearing this apart, because there's more to it. And in my opinion, right now, after re-listening to this, you know what? I'm not going to give my opinion until we all listen to it together. Let's just go. All right.
It was just the way Chris came back around the corner.
Oh, I wanted to let you guys know, listen to the way he says the birth certificates at the end. It's as if the phone, which I believe Tim is 100% responsible for. I have a couple ideas about that. The cameras, I'm at a toss. Is it Tim or is it Benny? I don't know. We're playing heads and tails right now. That's why I'm asking you guys to listen to this. But the birth certificates he's owning up to with Penny. Oh, that's nice. You didn't get it. Hold on, guys. Let me mute for 1 second. All right. My husband got my daughter an ice cream cake because her cupcakes melted yesterday in the heat. Okay, anyways, so what was I saying? Wasn't BK open about Penny running the show behind the scenes? Yeah, he was, but not at the time, which is why I'm pulling this out. He wasn't open about it until he started siding with Tiffany Marie. Right? I was shocked that he was doing that on a live. Yes. Okay, so let's continue because I forget what I was saying. My husband interrupted me. I'm sorry.
Just the way Chris came back around the corner, like Chris came back accusing me of messing.
Oh, birth certificates. Listen to the way he says the birth certificates and admits that he's a part of that. Okay?
With y'all's cameras and the sound. Oh, okay, I got you now. Yeah, and then he said that I downloaded Donnie's phone. And then he said I asked you. Then he said I asked fucking him, dude. Huh? That was all.
So after Benny says the cameras and the phone, Candus says that was all fucking Tim, dude.
Fucking Tim did that shit, dude. Tim did that shit. Like when Donnie got locked us off. Yeah. I asked where's Donnie's phone. He goes,
Oh, the birth certificate part must be in a different part. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I haven't seen it in my car. And then when me and Chris jumped his shit about it, he's like, oh, I found Donnie's phone in my car.
So this part's important too. It's not about what he's doing, it's about what he's saying. Yes. So this part right here, let's go back just a second. Let's go back one more time here. Because this part I believe is important. They're going to get into here about what all was left besides the phone in Tim's car and how the phone came about.
That I downloaded Donnie's phone, and then he said I asked you. Then he said I asked fucking him, dude. Huh? That was all fucking. Tim did that shit, dude. Tim did that shit. Like when Donnie Dog walked us off. Yeah. I asked where's Donnie's phone. He goes, I don't know. I haven't seen it in my car.
She asked Tim, where's Donnie's phone? Tim said, I don't know. I haven't seen it in my car.
And then when me and Chris jumped and shit about it.
And then when he and Chris, I couldn't quite understand what she said, but it said talking shit about it.
He's like, I found Donnie's phone in my car.
He said, I found Donnie's phone in my car. So let's split that. So he tells Candus that he doesn't have the phone. Then I guess Candus went back to Chris and said, Tim said he doesn't have the phone. Chris must have mentioned it to Tim, and Tim's like, I found the phone in my car. That's what it sounds like to me.
Said that I downloaded Donnie's phone, and then he said I asked you. Then he said I asked. All fucking Tim, dude. Huh? That was all fucking. Tim did that shit, dude. Tim did that shit. Like when Donnie Dog walked us off. Yeah. I asked where's Donnie's phone. He goes, I don't know. I haven't seen it in my car. And then when me and Chris jumped and shit about it, he's like, I found Donnie's phone in my car. Wow. I didn't know. So, yeah, you see what I'm dealing with? How did Donnie not know that he didn't take his... Did he leave his phone in Tim's vehicle on purpose? He left it in Donnie and Tim's vehicle to give back to me.
He left it. So it sounds to me as if Candus knew that it was left in Tim's vehicle, that Dawn told Candus it's going to be left there, because he not only left his phone, but he left his keys, a jacket, and a hat. Hey, Pam. Hey, Texas Brat, Golden Mishu, Anastasia, anybody I didn't say hello to, hello. I'm kind of like not completely looking at chat here because this is going to be long. Okay, so she's telling Benny that not only did he leave his phone there, but she was expecting to get these things back. I guess Dawn probably wanted to take the phone with him so he could have it on his way to the jail, because he's not going to get out of the jail. He probably trusted Tim, or Candus thought, we're looking biased and unbiased, that he trusted Tim enough to give that phone back. Okay, let me check chat here. I was shocked. Okay, I already read that. It's not about, I already read that. Hey, Dawn supposedly left his phone with Tim on his way to the jail. Yes, but not only a phone, he left keys, he left a jacket, and he left a hat. He returned the keys, the hat, and the jacket to Candus. Candus says, where's the phone? Tim says he didn't leave it in my car. Candus goes to the PIs. The PIs asked him, where's the phone? All of a sudden, Tim has the phone. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know. We're not talking about the red truck tonight, Green Eyes. Tomorrow, we're going to address that witch over there. I promise. Okay. So, let's keep going. And I'm going to mute because my husband just brought me dinner, so I'm going to eat and whatever. Okay.
But the only thing Tim gave back to me was the car keys Johnny's, what's it called? His jacket and his hat. Him did not give me back his phone until a few weeks later.
So here's the thing. In my opinion, the PIs volunteered their service. Hold on. Let's listen a bit further before I elaborate.
How does Chris know? Because when we jumped him about the phone, and we wanted the phone back, Johnny's phone back, he's like, it's just phone in my car kind of shit. But I'm saying, but like.
So she already tells him when Chris and I jumped Tim about the phone, Tim said, oh, I found the phone in the car. So in my opinion, that means that Tim gave the phone to Candus in front of the PIs. Hold on, let me go see what Green Eyes is going on about. Green Eyes, stop, please. Who's busted on pictures? Please stop. This is important. I don't want to have to time you out because I will. Please. I got to get through this tonight, okay? We'll talk to Andy tomorrow. Can we address this tomorrow, please? Andy, come back to chat tomorrow, please, so we can handle whatever Green Eyes is going on about here with the red truck. I want to hear it, but can we just hold on, okay? I have to get through this live. It's really long. No derailment tonight, Green Eyes, please. I'm asking. Candus said Tim gave her the phone in a bag. Then she threw the phone in a lake or something. Well, maybe because Candus doesn't really want to know what happened to the phone. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to point out. One thing I'm going to point out during this. I want you to listen to the line of questioning that Benny asks Candus. Here's what I was getting ready to say before. I want you to remember that the PIs donated their time. They are private investigators. You have a lot of YouTubers and psychics and strange people, even myself included, reaching out to them. They're going to go every avenue they can to get answers they can. And when they are befriending these people, you have to think like, are these like actually them investigating? Because Benny really pushes the envelope here. And I think that's how a lot of bad information got out about these PIs. Now, I'm not sticking up for the PIs because I also have questions about them. However, the things that have come out, I believe were not supposed to come out. And it was a derailment. I mean, it's a possibility. I'm not saying I think it is. I'm saying it's an opinion. It's a direction that things could have gone. So what I've been trying to do is not try to be rude, Green Eyes. You got proof. Why take it to the police, not YouTube? Yeah, I really need you guys to please just chill. Green Eyes, I'm going to have to, please, because this is important tonight, okay? There is another picture. I seen it. You posted it, I think. We're going to look at it. We'll look at it tomorrow when we're addressing Jody Sue. I personally don't think it looks like Jackie Dobbs, but we're going to look at it closely. I'll magnify it. Can you just chill tonight, please? Okay. He's in a timeout. I don't mean to do that. You know, I stick up for him all the time. I'm just asking him this one night. I don't need that. Please stop. I don't want to fight with you, but we have to. I want to get through this. It's important. Okay. Anyways, back to where I was.
Chris thinks he knows that Donnie's phone's been downloaded. That's what he told me. How does Chris? Because Kim said that I downloaded everything off Donnie's phone. I went through Donnie's phone. Kim did this shit, dude. So he went through the phone for what? I don't know why Kim went through his phone, but it was very irresponsible that he did that.
Tim went through his phone for what? I don't know why Tim went through his phone, but it was very irresponsible that he did that.
So, look, I love Kim to death. Yeah. But Kim has did some underhand shit, dude. It sounds like it. Wow. I didn't know. So, yeah, you see what I'm dealing with? How did Donnie not know that he didn't take his... Did he leave his phone in Tim's vehicle on purpose? He left it in Tim's vehicle to give back to me. But the only thing Tim gave back to me was the car keys, Donnie's, what's it called? His jacket and his hat. Tim did not give me back his phone until 2 weeks later. So, how does Chris know? Because when we jumped him about the phone, and we wanted the phone back, Donnie's phone back, he's like, it's just phone in my car kind of shit. But I'm saying, like Chris thinks he knows that Donnie's phone's been downloaded. That's what he told me. How does Chris? Because Kim said that I downloaded everything off Donnie's phone. I went through Donnie's phone. Kim did this shit, dude. So he went through the phone for what? I don't know why Kim went through his phone, but it was very irresponsible that he did that. So, look, I love Kim to death. Yeah. But Kim has did some underhand shit, dude. It sounds like it. I'm definitely not here to defend Tim or anything that Tim has going on. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on. It's just strange the way Chris came at me, because he came at me about all these things that actually I didn't even know about. It's all things that Tim's done. You just saying I'm doing this shit. I'm like, I'm not doing shit, bud. Man, somebody's playing around, because that's what I'm saying. Well, I don't like it, dude. I don't like it at all. Man, you're my friend, Benny. And I will, like I told you earlier in chat when I was messaging you and telling you this lady was doing this shit. Yeah. I said, man, I don't believe fucking nobody. Fuck that shit. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm pausing here. Pouring rain and sunshine, those are the best kinds of rains, Golden. So I'm going to pause it here because Let's go back just a little bit.
I've not done these things. And I said, and this is what pissed him off. I was like, bro, please don't text me no more about none of like from Trudy. No, a lot of people said that I don't even know who the fuck are. So it's probably not even true. I mean, you told me he was done with me, and I was like, yeah, bro, I really don't.
Damn it. Hold on. I somehow hit the thing and it went forward.
He left it in Tim's vehicle to give back to. But I'm saying, but like Chris thinks he knows that Donnie's phone's been downloaded. That's what he told me. How does Chris? Because Tim said that I got.
Yeah,
So
with the pills.
Fuck that shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, I must respect to you, man, because I love you like a brother and a sister, and I would never come at you in any way.
That's what it was. This is right after that. Okay, so what I was getting ready to say was the friendship. Candus was on there telling Benny she was, I believe, manipulating him. I'm going to point out later where I think she was texting with the PIs. Okay? At this point in the conversation, I don't think that they're texting back and forth. There's some spots in here where Candus goes blank. It seems like she's waiting to answer, and it sounds to me like she's reading something, like a text. Okay? So I feel like somebody is in the background telling her how to respond to Benny. So I feel like Candus at this point, I do have questions. Who said that a little earlier? Mishu? The lake. So around that time, Ernie was coming in. There was all the Ernie stuff going on, and we're going to get there eventually, but we have to get through this first because this is what brought it all out. All the Ernie stuff, when Dawn went to jail, I think all of that plays a really big part in whatever happened after Dawn went to jail, and this phone, and Tim. What are we doing tonight, Diana? We are going over Benny and Candus's call with about when the phone stuff came out. Okay. So anyways, you can hear Candus tell him like, "Oh, we're friends." And I do feel like that was a little bit of a manipulation tactic. However, I think this went much deeper. Hey, Lady R, how are you tonight? Hattie, thank you for being here and wrenching. Okay, let's continue on. You guys get the point.
I believe you. I believe you. So, I'm sorry if I was expecting you to do that shit to you, but I was like, man, I didn't fucking do shit wrong. So, and I think shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I understand. So Chris told you that he's quit the case?
So listen to what. All right, I'm going to let this play out a little bit. A little commentary on it. Listen to what she answers him about, no, I haven't heard it from Chris and Trudy. I heard it in the chat. And then continue to listen.
I've been told that, not from Chris personally, but I've been told that in chat. In the chat? In chat, and different people. Like from Trudy? No, Trudy didn't say, a lot of people said that I don't even know who the fuck are. So it's probably not even true. I mean, he told me he was done with me, and I was like, yeah, bro, I really don't have no use for you either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really, all he does is call me once a week or twice a week, whatever, and try to get whatever information I got. Like, you know what I'm saying? I haven't done nothing but be helpful to that dude. But when I told him, I was like, Chris, bro, all of these things you say that you think I've done, I've not done these things. And I said, and this is what pissed him off. I was like, bro, please don't text me no more about none of this stuff. I said, you call me, sir. You call me and talk to me about shit like this. You don't text me and act like no pussy and hide behind no text.
Let's stop it right there. Here's what I want you to know. Whether Candus and Dawn are working with law enforcement or not, do you think for 1 second that the PIs aren't working with law enforcement? Or let's say they aren't. But do you think that law enforcement for 1 second hasn't been aware that the PIs are involved? We hear them say they turn things into LE. Now, it's my opinion Tim has done some underhanded shit. It's my opinion I'm confused about the PIs because I feel like the PIs have allowed a lot of it, such as they had their own Tim had his own tip line. They allowed Cam to put like Dawn Wells' name on the billboards or something. Do you remember all of that? So I feel like there's some sort of shady shit going on there. But when you listen to this call, it almost feels like the PIs are PIing. But I don't understand the level of concentration on YouTube. Listen, guys, what it comes down to is all of this is really freaking weird, right? I've never seen any PI get involved to this level. However, I've also never seen, until Summer's case, this level of YouTube involvement. It's just strange to me. So I want you guys to listen because there are other things in here that make me side-eye Penny big time. But then there are things in here that make me side-eye Tim. Last night when I was thinking, while I was listening to this, a theory, a speculation, an opinion formed. That opinion is it possible that Penny and Tim have been working together? I don't know. Weren't the PIs friends with Scott? Yes. Well, no. Sort of. Maybe. I have a call with the PIs about that, Ishkabibble. We can listen to it if we get through this. Okay. I'll look for it. I don't want to pull all my videos up and people are spies. They look at everything you got and it's weird. I don't know. I think Penny got carried away but not directly involved like Tim. Tim isn't very nice to women. It's weird in my opinion. I agree, Mishu. That's another thing too. That's something that makes me look the other direction. But there are some things in this conversation that I just want you guys to listen to, okay? But I do have some conversation with the PIs I recorded and put out about Scott with the PIs. Okay.
Call me like a grown ass man. And then he was like, no, I'm done. And he was like, tell Penny.
Wait. The whole reason for that was the way he talks to the PIs. Either way, these are people within law enforcement that have a license to do what they do. Benny doesn't have a license on YouTube to do what he does. And he's like telling him, like, fuck you, I'm done with them, da 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 da. And that's what I mean by, if you listen to the way he questions Candus, it's almost as if he's questioning like he's higher than the PIs. And I don't like that. I'm taken back by that, because that's what causes a lot of confusion in cases like this, right? Like, you're not above the PIs no matter what. I'm not saying they're above law enforcement, but they are definitely above Benny if they're working with the family and they are, in fact, being true with law enforcement. Okay, hold on.
I said goodbye as well. And I guess that was his way of telling me that you told him that Penny didn't want to talk because he was there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't tell anybody anything. Well, I mean, how would he know? And I also texted you back and said, man, okay, fuck everybody. You mean your video go do it and fuck it.
Did you hear it? Let's go back a little bit. We'll start here.
Whatever, and try to get whatever information I got. Like, you know what I'm saying? I haven't done nothing but be helpful to that dude. But when I told him, I was like, Chris, bro, all of these things you say that you think I've done, I've not done these things. And I said, and this is what pissed him off. I was like, bro, please don't text me no more about none of this stuff. I said, you call me, sir. You call me and talk to me about shit like this. You don't text me and act like no pussy and hide behind no text. I said, call me like a grown ass man. And then he was like, no, I'm done. And he was like, tell Penny I said goodbye as well. And I guess that was his way of telling me that you told him that Penny didn't want to talk because he was there.
Did you hear it?
I said, you call me, sir. You call me and talk to me about shit like this. You don't text me and act like no pussy and hide behind no text. I said, call me like a grown ass man. And then he was like, no, I'm done. And he was like, tell Penny I said goodbye as well.
Tell Penny I said goodbye as well.
And I guess that was his way of telling me.
I guess that was his way of telling me
that you told him
that you told him that
Penny didn't want to talk because he was there.
That Penny didn't want to talk because he was there.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't tell anybody anything.
Benny, I didn't tell anybody anything. Now, let's split this here. Delete. Change that to red color.
I asked the Judy and Krista look in on a conversation was to protect my ability. I understand. It's just like Chris. You know, I'm sorry Penny got upset. I didn't mean to upset her. Well, Penny didn't get upset about nothing at all. In the chat? In chat, to different people. Or twice a week, whatever, and try to get whatever information I got. Like, you know what I'm saying? I haven't done nothing but be helpful to that dude. But when I told him, I was like, Chris, bro, all of these things you say that you think I've done, I've not done these things. And I said, and this is what pissed him off. I was like, bro, please don't text me no more about none of this stuff. I said, you call me, sir. You call me and talk to me about shit like this. You don't text me and act like no pussy and hide behind no text. I said, call me like a grown-ass man. And then he was like, no, I'm done. And he was like, tell Penny I said goodbye as well. And I guess that was his way of telling me that you told him that Penny didn't want to talk because he was there. You know what I'm saying?
Are you guys understanding? So why wouldn't Penny want to talk? Because the PIs are there. So there was a dispute. Like, this dispute was huge, and it was between Penny and the PIs and Benny. Penny was very, very involved in whatever pissed the PIs off. Ooh, Mishu, plantains. We had some the other night. That's what we had for our anniversary. Yummy. All right, my son's coming in, so let's listen. But I just hope you're catching what I'm laying down here. Let me turn this blue. Otherwise, that'll bother me.
Act like no pussy and hide behind no text. I said, call me like a grown-ass man. And then he was like, no, I'm done. And he was like, tell Penny I said goodbye as well. And I guess that was his way of telling me that you told him that Penny didn't want to talk because he was there. You know what I'm saying?
No, Mishu, that's not what they said, though. Tim got mad that Penny didn't want to talk because Tim and crew were there. That's not what he said. Listen.
Behind no text. I said, call me like a grown-ass man. And then he was like, no, I'm done. And he was like, tell Penny I said goodbye as well. And
that was in regards to Chris, the PI. He was speaking about Chris, not Tim. Let's go back a little.
Anyway, I believe you. I believe you. So, I'm sorry if I was expecting you to do that shit to you, but I was like, man, I didn't fucking do shit wrong. So, and I think, shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I understand. So Chris told you that he's quit the case? I've been told that, not from Chris personally, but I've been told that in chat. In the chat? In chat, and different people. Like from Trudy? No, Trudy didn't say, a lot of people said that I don't even know who the fuck are. So it's probably not even true. I mean, he told me he was done with me, and I was like, yeah, bro, I really don't have no use for you either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really all he does is call me once a week or twice a week, whatever, and try to get whatever information I got. Like, you know what I'm saying? I haven't done nothing but be helpful to that dude. But when I told him, I was like, Chris, bro, all of these things you say that you think I've done, I've not done these things. And I said, and this is what pissed him off. I was like, bro, please don't text me no more about none of this stuff. I said, you call me, sir. You call me and talk to me about shit like this. You don't text me and act like no pussy and hide behind no text. I said, call me like a grown-ass man. And then he was like, no, I'm done. And he was like, tell Penny I said goodbye as well. And
that was 100% about Chris. Tim didn't get mad. Chris got mad. and told Benny, tell Penny I'm done as well. See how Benny got on here and changed words people were saying that nobody was listening to? Yep. Okay, hold on.
Guess that was his way of telling me that you told him that Penny didn't want to talk because he was there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't tell anybody anything. Well, I mean, how would he know? And I also texted you back and said, man, okay, fuck everybody. You and your video go do it and fuck it. Yeah, I mean, I just, it's.
I'm trying to make out what Candus says here. I think I know what she says. Tell me if you guys agree. Hold on.
Well, I mean, how would he know? And I also texted you back and said, man, okay.
I hope Penny. Hold on.
How would he know? And I also texted you back and said, man, okay, fuck everybody. You and your video go do it and fuck.
You, me, and Penny, or you, me, and Benny are gonna do it. I don't know what they're talking about. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I just, it's. Okay, fuck everybody. You and your video go do it and fuck it. Yeah, I mean, I just, it's. I don't know. It's a control thing. Like, how would. Okay, let me ask you this. How would Chris know about the birth certificates then? I don't know how he knows about those. I really, honest God, I don't know. I've not spoken with him about anything, and he made it seem like I asked you for some birth certificates, and all I asked for, I did ask you for the dates they were born, but all of that is public knowledge anyways. What I really needed was the hour that they were born, and But that's it, but my sister, you asked me for mine? Yeah. And I gave it to you. Yeah, I didn't take your birth certificate. I never even saw your birth certificate. You just gave me some numbers off of it. Was it? Fine. Yeah, that's all it did. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, I don't know. But so then it was like, clearly, if you didn't tell them, then I guess the only other person that was in the ring was your mom. So.
First the hell off. They are Candus and Dawn's personal PIs. What Candus tells them does not need to be said to Benny, no matter what their pact is. Legally binding, these people are donating their service and time. Benny is on here trying to put doubt into Candus about her own PIs and into his subs. Right. Into you guys. I want you to continue to listen how he speaks to her. Right, Robin. We're getting there. They didn't get there yet. We're getting there. That's where the attorneys come in. That's where I really want to speak to you guys. Hold on.
Yeah, you know what? I've been feeling some hot feelings about my mom. You see me talking to people on YouTube that I don't even fucking know, dude. She could get herself in trouble. She got herself in trouble before with Emma. Like, I don't know, man. I don't either, man. I don't know. But I'm fucking, oh man. I'm just tired of this shit, man. I'm trying to hang drywall. even good all myself. What's I don't even know, man. Just a lot. So, Chris and Trudy haven't called you tonight? Or they have? No, not tonight. That's just silly. Like, they wanted to listen in on the conversation, but don't want to call you or me about it. Like, that's just silly. Like, I don't.
So somehow it sounds like Penny found out that Chris was going to listen into a conversation between Benny, Candus, and Penny. That's what it sounds like to me. Somehow Benny and Penny found out about it. There was some fuckery going on, some text messages going on between Chris and Benny about 3 things: the phone, the cameras, and the birth certificates. Now, Benny says he was going to do an astrological reading. Here's a question I have for any of y'all. Prior to this call, has anybody ever heard Benny talk about doing an astrological reading in public? On Candus? Has Benny ever doubted, like I do, Ziggy with her tarot cards and said he doesn't believe in voodoo? Has Benny ever said it's against God? Although he says this is a very detailed one, I don't remember Benny ever being into astrology. So it's kind of funny to me that all of a sudden he wants all of this information, the time, the date, everything on Candus and the children's birth certificates. Kind of sickening, if you ask me. But let's keep listening. Guys, I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be back. I hope I don't miss nothing important.
I don't know. It's a lot. I didn't have any idea. I mean, I don't even understand why, like, nobody even told me that Tim was doing all this weird shit with the phone, right? Like, I don't know. Chris just said a whole bunch of things to me, and now talking to you, it's all shit that Tim has done. But he's saying it to me like I've done it, and I'm like, I didn't do any of this shit, like, at all. You sent me some shit, man. Huh? You sent me some stuff. Or somebody did. I sent you some stuff? I don't know what to do. I sent you a fucking city bitch ass picture, man. Say that again? Do you remember me seeing some shit that you sent me? Yeah. That's fine. You gotta just block her. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it to where okay. Chris, yeah. Finding out cameras were access without audio activity. This could result in online vote. What the fuck is this shit? I don't even know what he's talking. I mean, is he on drugs? Like, what is he? Who accessed the cameras with audio? Like, I don't know, man. That's what I'm not talking. Like, I put those cameras in. I set it up on my phone. I know you did, remember? And then once it worked, I went in and set it up on your phone. And then I had it on my phone for like 2 days, 3 days while I was there. Then when I left, I took it off. But I told people online I could still access it. But I could not. Because Don had already disabled them. Donnie didn't do it, man. Donnie didn't do it. Who did it? Cam did it. Cam took him down? No, Cam. Kim, who's Kim? Kim. Tim took him down. Kim. K-I-M. Why would Tim take the cameras down? Okay, the same reason why Tim is trying to control me right now. Tim was the reason why we got the cameras.
Why would Tim ask you to take them down? The same reason Tim is doing right now, trying to control me. She's talking about the news. Okay? She was drunk. She was very, very drunk. The same reason Tim is trying to control me now. And then Tim is the reason we got the cameras. Hold on. If the cameras were on his phone, then he would have access to them until they were taken down, it sounds like. Correct. Mishu. The thing is, was it Tim or was it Benny? I truly believe, man, I don't know. I want to listen to Tim's call again, too. I want to listen to it with you guys. Because there's moments in there where I'm like, Benny's being honest, and I don't think Benny had anything to do with the camera. Nothing. However, the phones and this birth certificate thing is funny to me. Now, last night I was listening to Jody Sue's. I was laying down. I was tired when I got home. I didn't do much. I listened to this. I listened to Jody Sue. And one of the things at the beginning of Jody Sue's lives came up. It was Benny was being paid by Tim and that there was proof or something. I want to listen to that too. So I need to find that live or get it back off of Jody if she doesn't fucking delete it, because she deletes everything. Let's face it, that's what she does. That's what she's been doing. So I'm confused about the cameras. So I'm thinking the phone is Tim. The cameras I'm confused about. This birth certificate shit is Benny, but not only Benny, but Penny. I have a problem if the PIs want to listen to a call. Why would Penny have a problem with the PIs listening to a call if she has nothing to do with anything? It's just odd to me. I don't know. Okay. But yes, Mishu, I think you're right. It does sound like they took the cameras down because they thought BK had access. But not only did they think that, but somebody else had seen or downloaded the app on their information, probably the PIs, and it told them that the cameras were accessed. I've heard Boog, Cam, and Tim be blamed for the cameras. Yeah, well, why does Benny even download the app on his phone? It doesn't make sense to me. Even if he did buy them. But then he says, oh, but it was Tim's idea to buy the cameras. So why didn't Tim put the app? Did they all have the app on their phone? Like, was they all spying on the Wills? That's overstepping for people who do not have a law enforcement license in any manner. Education, anything. Okay, hold on.
No, Benny. Tim's gonna fuck you and me over. What is Tim gonna do to us? It's not good, bud.
No, Benny. Tim's gonna fuck you over. What is Tim gonna do to us? Hold on, what did she say? Oh, it's not good, Benny.
It's not good, bud. Tell me, please. Because clearly you know stuff I don't know about Tim. What is Tim? What?
She goes in to talk about Tim being in the mental ward. That's right. I'm going to mute.
What is Tim planning on doing to us? I don't know what Tim's got planned, but he's got his own YouTube shit. And everything, when I post a video, he steals it. And he's done all kinds of shit. He steals the video? Yeah. So, did he explain to you why he took the cameras down after he asked me to get you some cameras to put them up? No, he has not. I tried to talk to Tim the other day. He's like, I can't talk to you. You're not my friend no more. You disowned Benny. I said, I didn't disown Benny. Benny's my friend. What the fuck does he have going on? I don't know, Benny. I really don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy to me how many people have tried to get access to these people's birth certificates. Crimes. Absolutely insane. Hey, Birdie, how are you tonight?
When I said, what's he gonna do to us? You said it's not good. What do you think you? I don't know. There's something wrong with him, bud. Like what? Tell me. His mind's not right. Tell me. Okay. Kim has been a psychiatric ward for a lot of different things. A lot of different things? Yeah, I'm not so sure what them things are yet. Because he's in a psychiatric ward, and we've been trying to put Donnie there, but Donnie can't go to the same place that he was at.
So that would mean during Summer's case, Tim went to the psychiatric ward because Dawn can't be at the same place as he's at. They have different floors, usually in places like that, and you can be at the same place, just not on the same ward. I don't quite understand this, and I don't quite understand why there was that one time where Tim and Dawn were standing in front of a psychiatric ward taking pictures and videos. They didn't talk. Remember how weird that was? Like, what kind of games is this shit? Do y'all see this as a game? Why would you continue to let somebody with psychiatric problems be your media manager if he was really in the hospital? And then there's Benny breaking HIPAA laws if he was. Could it be the PIs are actually investigating Tim? Did Benny take a payout? That's what I was saying earlier. Did I skip that? Jody Sue was talking about, it was on Ziggy. She brought up a clip of Ziggy where Ziggy was saying Benny was being paid by Tim Mullen to destroy people on YouTube. Yeah. I don't know if there's any truth to that. Maybe Ziggy could elaborate on that. How would she know that? Okay, hold on.
I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I do. I'm just processing right now. I know. Can you say that again? Say it again. So I knew Tim had been in the hospital one time. But you're saying Tim has been in the hospital 3 different times. Tim is not right in the mind. Do you think Tim may have something to do with Summer being gone? You know what? I don't know. But I am coming he texted me the other night saying that I need to write down all the different people that's been in my life, Donnie's life, and Summer and the boys' life.
When was Tim in Summer's life? Because Tim came around prior. I mean, Tim came along after Summer went missing. Remember? Let's go back a few seconds.
All the different people that's been in my life, Donnie's life, and Summer and the boys' life.
Could that be Candus telling us that they knew Tim prior? Everything on my channel is speculation. Well, Cursed, you're right. It is coming from a drunk Candus. However, yeah, I don't know. You're right, though. It is coming from a drunk Candus. She's right.
So I need to go from there. And what was he in the hospital for? I don't know. I wish I knew. I'm gonna have to get a hold of some people and find out. But check this shit out. I was coming home tonight, and there was this guy in a pickup truck.
Hold on, I want to cut this. You know how we're always talking about horses? Here we go. Another incident in the Summer Wells case where horses are talked about.
This guy in a pickup truck, and he had a horse behind him, and I slowed way down. I slowed way down. And he smiled and laughed at me and waved at me. And
See that? Pay attention to when Benny does that throughout this whole live. That's another thing I pointed out. I don't know if it means anything, but it's a little strange when he does it, what's talked about and shit. I don't know.
waved at me. And I believe, in my mind, I believe that was the horse that, remember the horse that dude? Yeah, remember that? Yeah. You remember that shit? I do remember it. It was, yeah. It wasn't the same thing. It was chasing after the horse? Okay, I think this man that I saw way down to and looked at, he smiled and waved at me today. And he was, he had the horse behind his pickup, and he was going real slow, but he slowed way down, he waved at me and smiled at me. So when you had the horse behind the pickup, you mean like the horse got loose again, or it was in a trailer? No, it's like the horse was loose again. And he was bringing it back home, like the horse was tied up to the truck, and he was walking. He was tied up to the truck, and he was going towards Kingsport. And so What did that feeling, I mean, what did it make you feel like? I stood way down and I looked at this dude and he smiled at me and waved. And I'm like, okay, in my mind I was like, do I turn around? Do I chase this fucker down? What do I do? Do I do that? I don't know what to do. What made you feel like you needed to chase him? Just a smile on his face. Just a look in his eye. Did you report it? No, I didn't report it. That's one thing I didn't do. Have you heard anything from... I haven't heard anything from anybody, dude. Not even Donnie? Donnie tried to call me, but I can't accept his phone calls for some reason.
March 2nd. March 3rd is what you heard first. Everything is in Quentin Tarantino. Who's laughing is not important. It's on the TV.
I don't know why he played Tim's call first without playing Candus's first. It would have been better context if we could understand it's like he went just to accuse somebody else, which is fine if Tim's... Thank you. If Tim has some sort of involvement in it, you know. But anyways, he played Tim's video on the side, like the day, and then he played Candus's when he had his conversation with Candus first. No, he couldn't. Yeah, maybe. Whatever. You guys get it. It's opposite.
The video still made me feel like I was fucking... I don't fucking know, man. I looked at him, he looked at me, he waved, he smiled, he was like, he just kept on going on. Was it an old guy or a young guy? No, it was an older guy. He was about 50 or 60 years old. You never seen him around anywhere? So, like, in my mind right now, I'm just like, I should have followed him. I should turn around and followed him. Well, I don't think he would be that hard to find. I don't know, man. Let me ask you this. It was Ansley Adams. You mean your phone wouldn't let you accept the call, or you just didn't want to accept it? No, I couldn't accept it. I pushed the one button. Yeah. It said, you have no payment on this phone card. Oh, he's out of money. Yeah, he's out of money. And I don't have the money to put on his book. He ran through, he hasn't even been in jail a month. He went through $300 already? I guess so, because I ain't got the money, babe. God damn. A buddy of mine put a bunch of money on his fucking books, like...
What buddy? Benny? What buddy put a bunch of money on his books? He ran through 300. What friend do you have you can call up and say, hey, can you put $300 on Don Will's books? We're going to keep him well fed while he's in jail.
I don't know. So it was Ansley Adams that interviewed Ronnie Lawson the day that he said you weren't being cooperative, right? Angela. So it was the same reporter that reported him and you, right? I reckon it is. Did she tell you anything about how he was or shit he was saying that wasn't on the video? No, she just told me that little text message that said that I wasn't cooperating with the police and I wasn't talking to them with other attorneys. Which we know is not true because you had the news people come. I mean, that says a whole lot. Yeah, I had the news people come up there, and I wrote a statement, and I don't understand why Ronnie Lawson is saying this because I have not lawyered up, and I do not have any lawyer. So it's really fucked up, dude. I'm very upset about what Chris has on his mind. Like
She's talking about the news. They've changed the subject, and here's Benny. I'm really worried about what Chris has on his mind.
It seems like he was looking for a reason or something. Like he just came completely, like he reached out to me and he was like, "Hey, do you have time to text?" And I don't usually text with Chris, so I was like, "Yeah." And that's when he texted me that the getting in the camera, Don's phone, the birth certificates. The phone and the camera, I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about, Chris. I said, as far as the birth certificates are concerned, I said, I never asked her for a birth certificate. I asked her for the hour on the day and the year they were born to check an astrology chart. And I said, it's not tarot cards. Like, this is very precise science. And I finished it by saying, I apologize that what you think has happened and that I'm involved in is not actually, it's inaccurate, right? Like, these things clearly, like, I don't even know, Chris knows that fucking Tim got in the phone. Chris knows that Tim was fucking with the cameras. Why is he saying it to me? Like I interpreted it. If I would not have asked you about this shit, I would have continued to think that Chris thought I did those things. Now I'm not even sure what he's talking about because after talking to you, the phone and the camera were both done by Tim. My certificates, I asked you for the time on the birth certificate. Your birth date, it's all over the internet. Summer's all over the internet. Don's all over the internet. The only thing I needed was just the hour. And he starts telling me that all of these things have ruined the case. And I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? He's trying to convince you, Candus, that if somebody puts fucking cameras at your house, it's unlawful surveillance. That is insane. That means every person in the world is unlawfully surveilling themselves. I don't even know what he's talking about.
What he's saying is Tim and Benny didn't have permission to put cameras at the Wills house and that they did so. And yes, it is actually true. And it is actually a real law. There is a such thing as unlawful surveillance. If I go through with a lawsuit with Linda, I can sue her for that, just for that man sitting outside of my home for 10 to 15 minutes. So here's Benny trying to tell Candus that things aren't what they can be. Keep listening.
Well, it does not. It's not even a thing, right? He's mixing ideas together and they don't fit. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, after someone's child has been taken, it's okay for them to put cameras up and it not be unlawful surveillance. Like, what the fuck is that, right? So I don't know. I don't know. So and neither Tim or Chris said anything to me about it until today. I find that very, very, very strange. Like, why would Chris not have mentioned before that there's this issue with the phone?
Starting here, you'll notice throughout this, just like he did just now, he skips parts of the conversation. Then he goes back and re-listens to parts of the conversation. But pay attention to what he's skipping.
The phone's missing. We don't have the phone. We can't find the phone, right? Like, it's strange, right? Like, because it's been a team for a lot of months. And for Chris and Tim, well, I mean, at the very least, like, anytime Tim has been a problem before, Candus, you got to know fucking Chris will call me and say, hey, man, like, can you talk to Tim? And he'll lay it out and tell me what I need to talk to the man about, and I will.
Why is Chris calling Benny to talk to Tim? Does that mean Tim and Benny are extremely close and Chris knows that? Just strange.
But now all of this shit has happened, but it's been kept a secret from me. Now, I'm not upset at all. I got no reason to be upset about it. Let's clear that up immediately. What I'm worried about is the fact that there's this thing is sort of imploding, like it's turning inside out on itself. And it's from people that don't have anything to do with YouTube. I've not turned anything inside out. You've not turned anything inside out necessarily. But Chris and Tim, who both don't have anything to do with sharing anything nowhere, got this fucking weird shit going on. Like, yeah. Listen, buddy. Listen, man, fuck everybody. I'm done with everybody. Except for you. You are the only thing that I can consider a best friend. And you to me too. And let me tell you what. The way that I feel about my friends is that in healthy friendships, you may encounter times in your friendship where it's not beneficial for you to be right in each other's presence all the time. And then there's times where, like you can move away and you can come back. And it's like, I have to be responsible in the way of like, your life is your actual real life, Candus. My life is actually my real life. And because you're my friend, then that means like I don't want to have you all over the YouTube, and I don't want you to do or think that you have to do these things or that things. Like I was not trying to get you, and I want to be clear, I wasn't trying to get you this evening to go on and do no lives for no YouTube people. I just got.
Pay attention. Penny's going to be brought up again.
I was about to do a live just to tell my boy so much I love him. like that. That's the only reason why I wanted to go live. No, I understand. I mean, the thing with me, you, Chris, and Trudy, and Penny, it was like.
So Candus is telling Benny the only reason I wanted to go live. So something happened this night. Okay? With the PIs, with Penny. It had to include a live. Chris wanted to listen in on a conversation of theirs. But Candus is telling Benny she wanted to go live to tell her boys she loved them. And Benny says, no, I understand that. It's the thing about me, you, Chris, Trudy, and Penny. Again, including Penny and whatever the PI is pissed off at Benny about.
I got some questions to ask you about Don. And some things that have, like new ideas.
Now, for me, this is where this gets deep. We're going to forget Tim and Penny for a little bit here, and they're going to go into Knoxville and a lot of other things during this time. Remember when I said pay attention to Benny's okay sign? Pay attention.
That have come up, and like this guy, like I don't know, like the way he was trying to do what he was doing, it was like, man, hold on, bro, like what do you got going on? Like he's trying to act like, I don't know, it was like, I don't know, I just felt very put back, and I knew that there was something going on. I didn't know that it was Tim doing all this weird shit. Nobody told me. But I could sense something was fucked up. Something's going on, and I'm not even sure. I have no way of knowing if that's the only thing that's fucked up. It's what I know was fucked up and been resolved in the way of letting me know it's fucked up. But that's like a huge deal. For a lot of months. And for Chris and Tim, well, I mean, at the very least, like, anytime Tim has been a problem before, Candus, you got to know, fucking Chris will call me and say, hey, man, like, can you talk to Tim? No, I understand. I mean, the thing with me, you, Chris, and Trudy, and Penny, it was like, we got to be 100 with each other every time, even. I always 100 with you, okay, but I'm saying, even in times where we think a little white lie isn't a big deal or anything like that, like we still, like, even if the truth is going to hurt my feelings, like, I much prefer to get my feelings hurt getting a dose of the truth than to find out later on that what I thought was this wasn't really that or whatever. So I'm not going to do you dirt, right? I promise you. I'm not going to do you dirt either, man. I feel good that you won't. There's just weird, I knew something was going on. Something weird was going on. And I knew it was weird because, like I told you in the front of this call, I've not talked to Tim. And I'm guessing the reason why I've not talked to Tim is because he probably knew I was going to bring this phone scenario up because he probably thought I knew about it already. So what is the man? Did you ask the man what he's done with the shit off the phone? Did you ask him why? Oh, I asked him all kinds of questions. I was like, why do you be a fucking weirdo and shit? And he's like, oh, I'm not being a weirdo. I do what I do. Because, see, man, when I first got here, Cam pulled me to the side one time. Yeah. And he said, Chris and I think that somebody's involved in this is with the FBI.
So that's concerning. Keep listening.
Well, I'm beginning to think Tim is. I'm beginning to think Tim. Well, this is the thing. Like to be a federal agent like that in the field undercover doing whatever the fuck people think Tim might be doing, you really lose all qualification to do that kind of work if you've been in the mental hospital. All right. He also has his family. Like he doesn't fit it, but that's not to say that he's not trying to help the investigation in a way. Now this is the thing. This is a really fucked up thing, and I wanted to be able to discuss this with you. It's like in this realm that you find yourself in, it's fucked up. And it's fucked up because even though someone might be your friend, if they sneak around you or they do something that you perceive is like them sneaking around you, the only reason someone would sneak around you, Candus, is to do something for your daughter, which is still in the long run doing something for you. So when I started to think about it, I was like, well, man, goddamn, like this thing is so twisted up that there isn't really any way to talk with anybody without it being fucked over. All right? I don't know, like clearly, like at 8.5 months, we know it's fucked. We've been knowing it's fucked up just in this way for a long time, right? It's like, oh, if Candus doesn't cry, it's because she doesn't care. But if she does cry, well, then she's trying to pull sympathy and get cash apps or whatever they say. It doesn't matter how you do it. They're going to make it fucked up either way. All right? So, I don't know. Like, let me ask you a question. I know you'll tell me the truth. Did Chris ever tell you to not tell me about the phone situation with Tim? No. Not at all.
This is exactly what I mean about his line of questioning with Candus. Why is it his business if Chris says, hey, like he says to her, did Chris ever tell you not to tell me about the phone situation with Tim? That's none of his business. That's her private investigator. He's a YouTuber. I don't understand why there was such a close connection between these people. That bothers me.
What has Chris said to you about what he thinks is the reason Tim downloaded that phone? Why does Chris and Trudy think? Well, I'm not going to go into detail, but Chris, okay, I'm going to say TIs, because it's not right for me to say their name, but they don't think it was right for Tim to go into Donnie's phone and download all kinds of shit that he downloaded.
So she's telling Benny the PIs are not happy about this. They don't think it was right that Tim went into this phone and downloaded all the shit he downloaded.
Why would he even have to tell you he downloaded it? I mean, if I downloaded it and I knew people were going to be mad about it, why would you even tell people you downloaded it? Why wouldn't you just say, oh, here's the phone right here? You know, I don't know why Tim did that. let's think about this. Tim even told me, he goes, this is what Tim told me. He goes, oh, by the way, I went in and downloaded all kinds of shit that Guy did in New York. Not New York. What the fuck am I trying to say? California. California and all that place. And I downloaded so Donnie wouldn't lose all them videos. Is what Tim told me. Which is halfway true, but the thing is that you can't believe that because of the way he did it, right? If he was just wanting to get the videos and shit off of it, he would have said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and grab these videos and shit off of here. You know, you want to, you know, maybe he could have brought his computer over and done it with you or her. You know, I don't know, but so this is what it seems like, right? I mean, when you think about it critically, right? Since Donnie's been in jail, Chris had the phone, or Tim had the phone. Yeah. It's the shit off the phone, and then next thing you know, we got 2 or 3 days worth of searches happen down by your house, right? So.
All right, so when I listened earlier, I didn't go much past this part, and I haven't listened to this in a long time. So just a little bit past this, it'll turn into what I haven't listened to. I will be reacting with you guys. Of course, I'm going to remember things as I hear them, so I sort of know what's coming up, you know? But I got to run in the kitchen real quick and grab some coffee. I'm going to let this play. Let me know what you guys think so far in the comment section. What are your thoughts on what you're hearing so far? I really am curious about the Penny perspective because I didn't know that there were quite so many YouTubers involved with this PI. You know, as time goes on, it keeps coming up. Like you got TT telling me, yeah, look, there were 3-way calls. You have Squall involved in 3-way calls. Now you're hearing Benny involved in 3-way calls with Penny and Candus and the PIs. And there has to be a reason for this. Don't you guys think? Yeah, it was a long time ago, Hattie. Thank you for being here to listen. I think it's sometimes important to go through some of this old stuff and re-listen because, you know, like a lot of stuff has happened, and that's how we get back to what went wrong. Where could we turn it around? How could we at least try to fix some of the bad things that have happened? Okay, go on.
One way you could think about it is there something on that phone? Now I'm not trying to say Donnie's involved in anything, but you got to look at the way that looks, right? Like, so I'm not saying that anything, but I'm like on the other half of the side, and Donnie's trying to throw me under the bus. Well, and that's what I'm saying. So you also got to understand that the night that you hung up on him on the phone, remember you told me you had a big old blowout with Donnie, you hung up on him and all that? That next day, they came. The next day they came to search. So I have not talked to Donnie in over 4 days. And so 4 days would have put it back to the first day of searches. So you haven't talked to Donnie since the first day they came to search. No, I have not. Does that seem strange to you or no? I don't. I'm not here. I'm not here to make you leave. But no. You're not praying, man. And it is very, very fucking strange to me. Does it? It really fucking does. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Do you feel like me?
Okay, I went in the kitchen to get coffee. I rushed. No, I didn't. Thank you. I didn't. I did watch a little further than this. So hold on. I want to go back for a minute because there was something I wanted to address here.
I'm not here to make you leave, but no. You're not praying, baby. And that is very, very fucking strange to me. Does it?
Oh, wait. Hold on.
One way you could think about it is there something on that phone? Now I'm not trying to say Donnie's involved in anything, but you got to look at the way that looks, right? Like, so I'm not saying anything, but I'm like on the other half of the side, and Donnie's trying to throw me under the bus. Well, and that's what I'm saying. So you also got to understand that the night that you hung up on him on the phone, remember you told me you had a big old blowout with Donnie, you hung up on him and all that? That next day, they came.
So why did he say that? Like, you have this big blow up with Donnie, and the next day they came. They came to search. I don't think because Dawn and Candus have a blow up on the phone. I'm sure they was blowing up this whole time. Because Candus was flirting with Benny. She was flirting with Ernie. Like, do y'all remember that? This leads into a lot. Like, I feel like this time period, when Dawn went to jail, I feel like there was a lot of games played. The pizza, and a lot of that's been coming out again recently. And I think it's a good thing that it's coming out. The timing of it's right for me because this is where I was going with it. I haven't really been paying attention to Ernie recently, but I have paid attention to him prior. I feel like there's something here. I don't know. Seems Tim and David Dotson loved videoing Summer in church. Well, I don't know. No, I never seen any videos from Tim or David. I've seen the church videos of Summer in church. Yeah, I guess that's a possibility. I've thought that too. But why would the PIs be having an issue with him? You got to remember that these calls weren't supposed to come out. They were pre-recorded. Why would Benny bring them out? It's just strange. Yeah. Yes, they did. I believe so too. That's a really good question, huh? I think they should start answering them. It's been too long. The one where Robin is trying to get Summer to react to Summer. Hmm? Oh, to David. Yeah, but that's a church video. That's not David recording it. He couldn't record it if we seen him, you know? No, Mishu, the church had cameras inside. The cameras are always placed there. They recorded every sermon up until YouTubers started harassing the church, and then they quit doing it, and everything went really private from that church. Yeah, it sure does seem the same, huh? A little different. I like that they had an actual investigator come out and speak about Summer's case for her anniversary, but It wasn't much, was it? All right, I'm going to put the video back on.
The next day they came to search. So I have not talked to Donnie in over 4 days. And so 4 days would have put it back.
I'll have to go back and look at all the church videos, Mishu. It's been a while since I've watched them. We could do that one night. I want to go over Jody Sue's shit from the night, but I really I'm at a point where I just want to ignore her because everything she says is bullshit. All she spews is bullshit. I don't know what her problem is with Green Eyes, and he's probably really pissed off at me right now because I put him in timeout because he was in here starting with Andy, and that's not what I'm trying to do tonight. I just don't want to be distracted. I want to get through this so that I can move on to the next subject. And I'm sorry, Green Eyes, if you're mad at me. I'm not here for the fighting, and I don't want the distractions. I just want to get through this. Like, it's just things that have to go over, and I feel like you and Andy fighting in my chat is a distraction. We got to get through everything. There's a lot, you know? Hold on. This to me, in my opinion, is that Tim possibly tampering with evidence that TBI Ellie should have access to. Tim did the journey. Yeah, I want to go over those too. I've watched a few of his videos on my lives. Oh, God. She's just so dramatic. She thinks, I don't know the way she thinks. She got some paranoia or she's involved. I don't know. Or she just wants attention because she isn't getting all the attention these days. Mishu, yes, you were right. Someone was recording in the church. I seen that video. Was it someone seen on camera recording? Because I sort of remember a guy in the front I don't know. I'm not going to comment on what I don't know. If you want to leave one of the links in one of my comments, that would be fantastic. I'll watch it later. It could just be my mind's not thinking of what video you're talking about. Who got a hold of church footage in the first place? It was public. I don't remember. I think it was actually in the Facebook groups. I don't remember who put it out, but it was public, like a lot of churches do the public. And you got to remember at that time, it was COVID. All the churches were publicly viewing. Triggered or trying to distract. I feel like it's a distraction. Phew. No, I think she was born that way, Hattie. Me either. Yeah, I believe you. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just saying I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. They were saying it was Tim or David, but I'd have to go back and look. I just don't remember what video you're talking about. I would if I seen it. I guarantee it. All right, let's put the video back on.
To the first day of searches. So you haven't talked to Donnie since the first day they came to search? No, I have not. Does that seem strange to you or no? I don't. I'm not here. I'm not here to make you leave. But no. Man, you're not a friend, man. And that is very, very fucking strange to me. Does it? It really fucking does. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Do you feel like Don is trying to do some bullshit? I feel like
Okay, this is, I think, the end of what I listened to, but this is where it starts to get deep, and he really starts to go into what he's seen when he was in Tennessee. This has always been important to me. It's sad, number one. Number two, it's always been important to me because Candus didn't deny that these things happened. And he names all these other people that seen this. And he also stated that these people didn't turn this in. And I just feel it's a whole lot. It's a lot to take in. And it's why one of my theories, or one of everybody's theories, I've heard it discussed a lot, and I'm actually going to split this here, is Knoxville. So this gets very, very deep, and just give it a really close listen. We can discuss it during and after. Hold on.
I feel like I'm being thrown under the bus, and I don't understand why I'm being thrown under the bus. Because
Tessie, in my opinion, no, they've never been completely clarified. We have Tim making videos saying that he baked church at the he baked bread at the church. Then we have a video of him stating he did a story there a few years prior, but he didn't know anybody there. Then he said that he met the Wills at a parade. Then Dawn had come out and said that he met Tim flying drones. It's never ever been clarified 100% sure how their families met, or how Tim met the Wills, or how the Wills met Tim. That is one thing that has never ever been 100% clarified, in my opinion. Now, if somebody else can say that it's been clarified, I would love to hear it. Because that's something I am quite confused on myself. What did this say? Tim seemed to have a lot of antennas like JSB, Penny, Squall, Benny. Yep. Scott. Quite a few. I agree. Yeah, always a different answer, as many things are in this case, and it always seems to to include all the same people. It's just weird. I don't know. Yeah, I seen somebody earlier state, the video with the horsies, puppies, kitties. That's always been my concern. Hold on, guys, I got a cough. I've always said that video's been like an eye opener for me. You know? All right.
that's my little girl, that's my baby doll, and I would do anything to find her, and anything to bring her home safely. Has Donnie ever threatened to kill you? Oh, God, dang it. I can't believe you said that. I'm just curious. I want to tell you the truth, but I just feel like, yeah, he has, okay? I'm just going to say that. Has he threatened to kill you since Summer went missing? Not since Summer went missing, but he has before. I just want, I wouldn't be your friend if I didn't point out the fact that Donnie, he's been meeting you for a long time. He has. You're damn right. And, yeah, I love Donnie to death, but he is, I don't know, man. He You don't know, and I feel bad about it. And I don't know why I feel bad about it. But it's like, I don't know, I was told some stuff today. What were you told?
Joe, I get a lot of people say that. But here's my thing. I'm just going to ask, let's refrain from those type of comments, because I've also heard Candus at times that I think she's genuine, saying she has done those things. They've been having all kinds of events. They went to the prayer visual. You have to remember that they're sober now, whereas they weren't before. That goes into play. It doesn't mean that she's any less guilty, any less not guilty. I just don't want to be mean, okay, to the parents. I'm not trying to go that direction, but I don't want to attack them, but I also don't want to look at them like they're completely innocent neither. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay unbiased here. And yes, Hattie, there's a reason he names himself the Hitman. Blood money. It has to be. Come on now. All right.
I can't tell anybody what. But I would be better off without him. I think you've known that for a long time. Well, I think that's you. Who'd you hear this from? Police? I can't tell you. Because I can't tell you because.
All right. Now, remember at the beginning, I was telling you guys to pay attention about the lawyers and Lawson and all of that, why she went on the news. I want you to listen to her, how she talks about the person she's talking about, who's the upper. Because Benny and a lot of people turned it around to go, oh, the uppers, the uppers. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, from my heart and my opinion, going forward while listening to this, she was talking about her parent advocate with DHS. That was the upper she was referring to. If you listen closely, you'll hear that.
It's involved with my boys. Boys say something? No. But I can't tell you because it's unlawful. See if I do. You know what I'm saying? I do.
I would also ask you guys to see if you can confirm with me. I think I hear someone in the background with Benny sitting in front of his phone. I would like to know if you guys hear that as well. It doesn't sound like his mother. I'd like to know who it was, if there was somebody there. I swear I hear somebody there. I went back and this was uploaded. It was not screen recorded, so it wouldn't have came from my camera.
I mean, is it helpful to Summer's case or not? I don't know if it'll be helpful to Summer's case or not. Is it bad for Don? It's not good for health. Does it mean more jail time for Don? Not jail time, but it's better off if I just say anything right now, baby. Okay, I respect that. I mean, I love you all, I tell you everything, but sometimes you can just can't, you know? I do know. I guess I just, there's that portion
So this is when Candace is telling Benny pretty much there is a gag order. I'm not supposed to talk about the boys, but he's still questioning her about her children, about the DHS situation, which really is not none of any of our business. That's the boys. And this, in my opinion, is just as bad as when Ziggy brought out the fake DHS report, right?
Me that, is. I wish I could tell you everything because to me, you're like my best friend. And I understand. It's got to, there's certain things that they got to be the way they are. And I, I'm. But some things I just can't say. It's got to be not the law. I mean, I guess if it wasn't for the YouTube world, and for me and you to just discuss, I mean, the right way and probably okay, but, I mean, I was, what? I think you muted it. Candus. Did you hear me? Yeah. I can hear you now. Okay. I'm not going to say who said this. I'm not going to repeat this. I was just told that if I wasn't with Donnie, then I could probably get the boys back sooner than possible. We've been knowing that though. That ain't no new news. We knew that. Hey, but it ain't coming from a higher up. Well, we've been knowing that. I mean, we knew that. It's good to hear that, but you gotta do what you gotta do, Candus. Let me tell you what. Right? So why not?
It might have been in a Tim video that I heard someone. I don't hear it in this one. I thought it was here. Dawn and Tim, she talked a lot about, what did she say? She was quick to paint Dawn as a bad guy, but do you hear what she's saying here? She's telling us that the DHS worker, well, she's telling Benny that and she doesn't say DHS worker here, she says higher ups, but later on, a little bit, not too long from now, she again will say it's the lady with the DHS. She says it. A lot of people skip that. Hey, do you guys hear my fan in the camera with my voice? Because if you do, I'll shut it off. I moved it back. I don't know if that was annoying. But in my opinion, Candace not strong enough to leave Dawn and go on her own. That's the thing, Golden. I think she is because she did. She went with her friend Kathy. She ended up sober, not by the end of this, but it was after a whole bunch of fuckery. You got to remember, Dawn was in jail for what, 9 months? It took her a long time to get sober. And they both seem pretty sober now, and I hope that's the case. It's just a lot of games played in this case, you know? Oh, all right, good. The fan isn't noisy. I'm going to turn it back on then. It's just muggy here. It's not really hot today at all. It's muggy. But she's still with him. Yet, well, she went back to him. They were apart, and then she went back, which is odd. I wonder if Dawn watched all of the stuff that she was involved in during his stay at the jail at the beginning of it. I side-eye Candus more than Dawn, but I think Candus would have left if she had a backup plan. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, she also had the opportunity to stay back in Arkansas, and they called Dawn back. But I see it from all points. Like, I definitely see it from those points as well. You don't think he saw much of it, Mishu? You think Cher made notes for him? You know, she's shady as hell in this, in my opinion, too. We'll get there. Definitely. There's a lot of YouTubers that I don't know if they were just grabbing for who could get the biggest interviews, who could, I mean, they got a lot of information out. The problem is that I feel a lot of the information was twisted. And then you have what seems to be a lot of games being played. The hoax calls, the Fred, it's just so many different components that make things so screwy. And you have to ask yourself why Candus is trauma bonded. That's very possible. What Benny says in this, man, it's pretty bad. And this is why when I look at all the fuckery Benny did, the one thing he does talk about, it makes, he's the only creator that has made a really big deal, was the abuse. And you hear what happened, but you also hear Benny talk about, I don't know if it's in this call because I didn't get much. There was like an hour and 20 minutes or something left by the time I was done listening. You hear him talk about the abuse, you hear him talk about things that a lot of other creators they've talked about. Prayer Garden has talked a lot about it, but she also blames Candus for a lot of it. I don't know. It's just best to keep going back and listening and trying to catch what happened at the beginning, I feel. Because that's when all the fuckery started. Now it's calmed down and people know how to act now and they're used to the YouTube ways. 1 second, guys. I got dry mouth so bad today. I don't know why. At this time, I actually believe some of these creators. I would have thought their behavior would have been shut down in an open investigation. I feel dumb as fuck for trusting some of them. Well, and that's how it was for me at the beginning, too. I started as a viewer, not a creator, you know? And at that time, I was believing all of them. I was like really upset that they were all fighting over the marathon and everything broke up. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what? What the hell just happened? I see Dawn as being more manipulative one and Candus dependent on him. Yeah, not PG. She still tells the story to fit her narrative. 100%. Okay, well, let's get back to this.
Anything, but I'm like on the other half of the side, and Johnny's trying to throw me under the bus. Well, and that's what I'm saying. So you also got to understand that the night that you hung up on him on the phone, remember you told me is that Mama Keys next to you? No, that's me. She's out of town. She won't be back for like another 2 weeks. It's me here at the house all by myself. That's a pretty easy decision, I think. You know, if you have to pick between your 3 boys and Donnie, You know, I guess Donnie has to go on down the road, don't he? I mean, hey, my boy, we'll always be for anybody. Well, that's good. You don't have to say no more. That's good. We're along with summer, and you know that. I do. So again, you know, I wouldn't be a friend if I didn't point out the fact that, you know, with you not having talked to him and the blow up, the phone call, whatever, and then the search right after that, and the phone biz, like I haven't talked to Donnie in about 4 days. Yeah, I you know, I would just say this, you know, that there has been times when I've asked you questions here and there, and you know, I don't ever pin you down and ask you no questions. Like we've been friends, and here and there we talk about stuff, but you know, I would just plead to you that, you know, if I don't know, I have to also point out the fact that it seemed like I was told, I have not watched it like you, but I've been told by people that I trust what they say, and you know what they say is essentially, you know, kind of like you and Grandma are together, but Ron's on his own now. And is that kind of how you feel it is? And did you mean for it to be that way? You know, I didn't fucking think me anyway. But, Luigi? Candy. Did you mute it? Candus. Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you now. I'm just Oh. Oh, shoot. And I want you to have
I think they have misled too. The reason why is because a lot of this has been repetitively turned into TBI, LE, from viewers, from subs, from creators. There's been so much stuff turned into them. I'm sure they're still backed up trying to figure out what the hell happened themselves. That's just my opinion. So many, like, even being forced, like, did you turn that in? Did you turn that in? When in all reality, a lot of this, I mean, Benny's part, being involved, if you're involved with the Wills and you see shady shit behind the scenes, yeah, turn it in. But a lot of this is just us. You know, I've turned things in that I thought were crucial to Summer's case at the moment. And now I look back and I think about some of the things I turned in, like, was it really worth turning that in? How much time was wasted while they were on the news asking us, you know, please don't turn in speculation? But a lot of these creators, like Benny, were forcing it. Like, did you turn it in? Did you turn it in? And I don't feel that's right, especially when you're not even confident in your own research. And I've never wanted to come out here and make people think I'm confident in my research, because I'm absolutely not. Everything I talk about is speculation. I don't have a law degree of any sorts, you know? I do think there are things, if you really think it goes to Summer, they do need to be turned in. And I'll probably still make that mistake in the future because this little girl's worth it. But I really want to weed through what I turn in moving forward. And I'd hope other creators would do the same thing, because I feel a lot of that's what created the mess in Summer's case, along with neighbors of and parents of getting on YouTube in just very bad situations, and it like clouded a lot of shit. Could be why we're still sitting here waiting for answers. We don't know that for sure either. That's speculation, but it's very possible. Yeah, I think they do too. That's my opinion. I think they might know something. That's one of my opinions. I have many. But there's just so many people. You're right. So many shady people. Like, why does Fred do what he does? That's insanity. Even to the point that he married a creator. Come on now. And I don't disagree with everybody's opinions. A lot of times I agree with them, and I try to like think of your opinion. Like, could your opinion go with my opinion? Or, you know? Hey, Virgo Angel. But that's why I named my channel now, and it will stay this way, Crystal's Crime Conversations, because that's what I want to do. I want to hash it out with you guys. You know? I want to talk about it and see, is there a way we could put these opinions together or make sense of it? A lot of shit has happened. All right.
I don't even remember what my last question to you. I don't know. Like, I can't hear you too good. Did you put some headphones on or something? No, I did. Oh, okay. Can you hear me better now? Oh, hell yeah, I can.
I still need to reach out to the Manson archives. I've been so behind with my daughter's graduation stuff. I really hope he doesn't think I'm rude. I just haven't had a moment to get back to it. But I will soon, I promise. As soon as things slow down and I get through this damn Benny shit. As soon as I have a slow moment, I promise I'm going to reach out to him and we're going to reconnect. And I also want to, someday this week, I once or twice a week, I want to cover Kayleen. For those of you that are in here and haven't followed Kayleen, please watch my live on that case. It's very important to my heart. Okay.
Like, do you feel like that? So, I guess my question was, I remember I was told that with Grandma Candus's interview, she kind of made it seem like, Don was kind of on his own. Like, you guys had your thing, but, Donnie was kind of on the island by himself. Donnie's on his own. Okay. In all things? In everything. Okay. Fair enough. He did what he did to me. I can't restore it. Yeah. Vinny, we've had this conversation before. We have, but a lot of things have changed. And, sometimes you got to ask an old question because sometimes the answer might be new. Just like the phone stuff and, all these things that have been going on that, I told Donnie the other night, I said, I love you, dude. You're like your dad, but I'm not in love with you anymore, and I don't know what to do about it. Well, I mean, there's really nothing you have to do right this minute or even this month, right? You can still get your kids back. You can still get the boys back sooner than later. And he's going to be there for 6 months at least. So, and then he's got to go to a program straight. He's not going to have no street time. There we talk about stuff, but I can't listen. Well, there's really nothing you have to do right this minute. Or at least 90 days. So, you're still looking at all together, his touchdown is still 9 months away, right? You're looking at 9-10 months overall. So, I don't feel like you need to pressure yourself with, what are you going to do with Donnie? Because, you don't have, you don't have to make that decision with Donnie. And this is the reason, because unless they plan on keeping your kids for another 10 months, they're going to give you your children back, whether or not you're divorced from him or not. You see what I'm saying?
And Benny,
what?
You know the songs that we sang in the car.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the point where I can't do it anymore, dude.
Can't do what?
I can't go under the bus. I feel like I'm being thrown under the bus, and I don't understand why I'm being thrown under the bus. Because that's my little girl, that's my baby doll, and I would do anything to find her, and anything to bring her home safely.
Has Donnie ever threatened to kill you?
Oh, God, dang it. I can't believe you said that.
I'm just curious.
I want to tell you the truth, but I just feel like, yeah, he has, okay? I'm just going to say that.
Has he threatened to kill you since Summer went missing?
Not since Summer went missing, but he has before.
I just want, I wouldn't be your friend if I didn't point out the fact that
Donnie, he's been meeting you for a long time.
he has. You're damn right.
And, I love Donnie to death, but he is, I don't know, man. You don't know, and I feel bad about it. And I don't know why I feel bad about it. But it's like, I don't know, I was told some stuff today.
What were you talking about?
That I can't tell anybody about. But I would be better off without him.
I think you've known that for a long time.
Well, I think that's,
Who'd you hear this from? Police?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you because it's involved with my boys.
Boys, say something.
It is this one. Listen, guys. Right after Benny goes, somebody goes, huh, and it's a female. Listen.
Then I start to think about different shit in terms of Donnie, because he's not here fucking everything up.
And I've had these feelings for a long time. And I've known you guys. The punching, the hitting, the elbowing, the throwing, the air, like all of these.
Did I go backwards? I mean, did I go forwards? Hold on.
Can you even imagine him being involved in some kind of dumbass shit? Like, we know he runs off and smokes crack and does the shit he does down there in Knoxville or Crack Alley.
How the hell did I get so far ahead?
Now, Luigi,
No, I know I was.
Kenny, did you mute it?
Hold on, guys. I somehow, if I put my cursor on the video and click and I'm not paying attention, it'll move it. I was about right here. Hold on.
But you're still going to have to go around and do what the fuck they want you to do for a while. Well, that's okay with me. So that means you still got to be in Tennessee, though, or probably at least in Hopkins County. Because I talked to my lawyer today. He goes, you don't have to necessarily be in Tennessee to get your kids back. When you say lawyer, you mean the lawyer, the CPS lawyer? No, my lawyer for my boys. Ah, gotcha. But that.
All right. I must not have gone far enough back by a few seconds. Whatever. You guys can go back and listen to it. We'll hear it again. But here, right here, she tells him it's my lawyer for the boys. So she's telling him that that's the person telling her not to talk about the boys. Yet he still goes on to question and question and question as if he is above her lawyer. That's the shit that drives me insane about certain creators. This is a missing child's investigation. There are some things that just are not our business or yours. Whether you're a friend of theirs or not, you're a new friend of theirs, right? Unless you've known them prior, Benny. It doesn't make sense that you can persist on asking her questions that only law enforcement should be asking. That is the lawyers that Lawson and Pruitt were talking about. They told you it's all tied up in the boys' case. It's for protection of the boys. If our states and our governments are trying to protect them boys, what makes it your right to get on here and continue to question it? My opinion.
Was through, like, that's through the state. They give you that lawyer, right? Yeah, but she told me today that this is what my lawyer told me today. She said, you're better off.
And then Benny didn't push that part that she actually did tell you it was her lawyer that told her she couldn't talk about it. Instead, he pushed out. She said uppers. What's the uppers? Is that Tim Mullins? Is that the PIs? No, Benny. It was her lawyer for the boys.
Going away and being with the boys. But at the same time, if you go away, is that going to make Ronnie Lawson think you're not being cooperative? I don't give a fuck if it is. I knew you wouldn't, but I mean, it's strange because you can even just evoke your Fifth Amendment, which is the right to remain silent, and it's your right. Like it does not, it does not. What you don't say can't be held against you, right?
So he's telling her not to cooperate.
a sneaky ass sheriff like Ronnie Lawson, if you decided you didn't want to talk to him anymore, doesn't mean you've done anything wrong. Now, I pointed this out really early on tonight, and it's this. If Ronnie Lawson says that your daughter wandered away from the house and potentially got lost in the mountains around the house, how could you be uncooperative if your child wandered away? All right? The only way you can be uncooperative is if you had something to do with it. If she wandered away, they can ask all the fucking same questions over and over and over, and it doesn't change anything because he's the one that said she wandered away, not you guys. You guys say she's been taken. He says she.
Do the right thing.
Crazy. Yeah, it's very crazy. Do you think that there could have been anything on the phone? Let's check it out, Candy. Don knew he was going to jail. He didn't have a reason to take the phone with him to jail just to give it to Tim, for Tim to turn around and bring it right back to you. Right. He'd have just left the fucking phone at home and then went to jail. So it almost seems like to me, you passed that fucking phone off to Tim for a reason. I don't think Donnie does it. I think Donnie knows.
I also agree that could be a possibility. Now, I said earlier that it could be he just wanted to talk on his way to the jail. He's getting ready to go to jail. He had his jacket, his hat, his keys. They were all handed to Candus except for the phone. What Benny's stating here could also be a possibility, right?
That Tim, I think Donnie is a dumbass. I think Donnie knows Tim has that. Tim did exactly what Donnie told him to do with that phone. And you have to ask yourself why. Right? What is on the phone? Now, I don't have the phone, so I can't tell you. You still don't have the phone? Nope. Tim still has the phone. Yep.
This is, now in my opinion, I hear Candus getting really, really drunk and her story changes. Because earlier she told Benny that the PIs and her jumped Tim. Where's the phone? Aw. Thank you, Jill. But she had stated earlier the PIs jumped Tim and asked him for the phone, and he said, oh, here it is. I found it. It's in my car. And he hands it to them. He tells Candus he downloads all this information, right? The PIs are upset. Candus is using words like it was very irresponsible of him to download it. Chris and Trudy were pissed off about it. But here Candus sounds like she's 3 sheets of the wind instead of 2 sheets of the wind. And her story changes.
Oh, man. So hold on. Have you told, has anyone just called Tim and said, bring the fucking phone here now? Yeah, Kristen Tree has. Something's going on, Candus. I know. Something is going on.
Could it be Tim gave the phone to Chris and Trudy and Candus didn't know? I do not believe the phone was ever handed back to Candus in a bag. Right now, listening to this where we stand right now, at this point, in this conversation, I believe Chris and Trudy had the phone. Chris and Trudy state they turned things into law enforcement. So that means law enforcement would have the phone, right? If they have it, we can hope. If they're real PIs, I still think Benny overstepped his boundaries, because if they're not real PIs, then the police would be investigating them. And you got all these YouTubers playing games with them.
And I don't know what, but I can see it, and it's not good for sure. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but there is. I don't know. Guess what? I'm almost guessing Tim probably doesn't even have the fucking phone anymore. I bet you the police have the phone. The police have that phone.
I agree with that statement. That's what I just said.
And they probably been going through the motherfucker, and I don't know what Donnie's got on the phone. Who knows what he could have been talking about, and who knows with who. He's got his Facebook on there. He's got his texts. He's got his emails. He's got all the different ways you can contact him. Yeah. So Donnie goes to jail. The phone is in the air. It's missing. And now motherfuckers are poking around searching and shit. Exactly. I think Donnie's trying to set you up, Candus. Hey, I've been saying that for day one. You know what? You know that, Candus. I have never said that to you ever. It seems exactly like Don is trying to set you up right now. And I don't know. I feel like too, but that would only mean Don could only set you up.
I don't think it seems like Dawn's trying to set her up at all. If anything, it seems like if Dawn handed Tim that phone on purpose, then it was to either hide information or take information from the phone, right? I don't think that would be a setup. I think that's Candus going, hey, where the fuck's the phone? Telling the PIs, hey, Tim never gave me the phone back. That's just the way I'm seeing it.
If he did something. Yeah. He couldn't set you up if he didn't know anything about it. Well, I don't know. Yeah. Something's going on. Strange. Because now Chris is acting funny to me about shit that, like, he told me he's not fucking with me no more because of shit Tim did. What the fuck? I met Chris from Tim, not the other way around. Chris is treating me like he's upset with me for shit Tim has done.
Well, that's good to know. Now we know Benny met Tim first before the PIs. Yeah, she definitely, I think, had a like for that. I agree, Hattie.
They were buddies fucking months before I even came around. I need to move the fuck out of here. Oh boy. I need to get out of here and not look back. Well,
Please remove Shay's safe place, please.
Oh, you didn't like her back then? That's strange. You buddied up with her. But I agree. Remove her from the whole damn internet, in my opinion.
he'd have just left the fucking phone at home went to jail. So it almost seems like to me, he passed that fucking phone off to Tim for a reason. I don't think Donnie doesn't. I think Donnie knows that Tim. I think Donnie's a dumbass. I think Donnie knows Tim has that. Tim did. Yes, there's something in the phone. If Don is involved and you take the phone to them and you're also not involved, what you do is you get yourself out of the hot water immediately. That is the opposite of uncooperative. If you bring the phone to the police, then that is your good faith. Crazy. Yeah, it's exactly like Don is trying to set you up right now. And I don't know. I feel that too, but that would only mean Don could only set you up if he did something. Yeah. He couldn't set you up if he didn't know anything about it. Well, I don't know. Yeah. Something's going on, strange. Because now Chris is acting funny to me about shit that, like, he told me he's not fucking with me no more because of shit Tim did. What the fuck? I met Chris from Tim, not the other way around. Chris is treating me like she's upset with me for shit Tim has done. They were buddies fucking months before I even came around. I need to move the fuck out of here. Oh boy. I need to get out of here and not look back. Well, I don't know if Don's involved, it may be hard to not look back. Yeah, it might be hard. Is there a way Don could have came home and grabbed her without you knowing? Anything's possible. Anything's possible, but I'm not saying because I don't know. What does your gut tell you? What does my gut tell me? About Don. Oh, shit. I'm at the point where, like, I don't know. I really don't know. My gut, it hurts so bad, I don't even know what to say. Let me tell you this. If my son went missing, yeah, I feel like I would know. Now, of course, I'm not in your position. But I feel like if my son went missing, I would know whether or not my wife was involved. Now, if there was ever a time where I wasn't sure if my wife could be involved or not, that would be a problem for me. If I ever felt like, oh goodness, today I'm not sure if my wife had anything to do with this or not, man, because I think the way that you would always feel is like, no, I know I didn't have anything to do with it, and that would mean my husband also didn't have anything to do with it. But we know that we know how the fucking thing. Listen, statistics are statistics because they're real, right? Like, look, when every time someone dies doing it, it's my gut hurt. When you think about if Donnie did it, your gut hurts? Yeah. Not real bad. what would be the reason? What would be your gut feeling? Why? I don't know why, but it's fucking hard. Oh. Oh.
Backwoods Bama girl, I felt bad for her so many times too. And I still do, even more these days than I did then because I see her sober. Like, I watched Jody last night, like I said, and she had showed a clip where Candus was buying super chats for Daisy and showing a really nice heart. And it's those types of things that make you think, like, a mother couldn't do this. You know what I mean? If I'm looking at it on the good side. Also, the tears, the crying, but you also have to look at that on the bad side. Was the Mary call a hoax? These are the same sort of belly aches. Like I feel the same. It's just like left or right. What is it? Yeah, I see things differently too. It's weighing them, like you have them on a scale, or they're more pros or cons. In the case of a missing child, I feel like there shouldn't be no cons. You know what I mean? Everything should be a pro. This case is just so confusing. But right here, she seems genuine. When she was standing at the pond with Chris McDonough, to me, she seemed genuine. There's so many times I get that. When she was up on the hill, and I've said this in the past, when she left the pond with Chris and went up on the hill and was holding that kitten and cuddling it, like I can't see somebody who could love a kitten that much wanting to hurt their own child. If it's an accident, what reason does she have to cover it up? It's so confusing. I don't want to believe any mother of a missing child harmed their child. I see tons of pictures where Candus is out with them children, the Easter things, at the horse pond, on the canoes, in the waterfalls. I just don't see that as somebody who would purposely harm their child. That's just my opinion. However, when you see these other weird things that have happened in this case, it sort of cancels some of that out. You don't know what to think. I don't know.
Do you think Don could have molested her? I don't think he did that, but I don't know. Maybe he's been involved in something that he shouldn't be involved in. Like some cocaine shit?
Reap what you sow? Absolutely. And let me tell you something, because I have family members, I've been around addiction my whole life. I know what it's like for a parent to love their child but not care. And that's what it seems like. They just give up. It's like they don't have a care in the world, not even for themselves, not for their family, not for their friends. Nobody matters when you're addicted. And that's what you have to look into. Like, were they coherent? Was it, you're like, right? You're looking at sober, you're looking at not sober. We've seen both behaviors.
Yeah, that's what makes my gut hurt. Oh my god. Oh. It's a fire that fucked me up. Because we have kind of talked about that before. I mean, would you say it was like a month before Summer got gone that he had went to Knoxville with just a little bit of money but came back with a whole bunch of crack? Yeah. Oh. I think that's enough for tonight. I don't know, Candy. Like this phone scenario, I again, like I
For me, the thing is, backwoods, is I have several opinions. In all this time, in the 3 years, I've not been able to pinpoint one theory and stick with it. And that's what's so strange about this. Like all the other cases I've ever followed, like, yeah, it was that person at one point, and then you stay with that theory, whether it's right or wrong. In this case, I have been completely unable to keep a clear mind, and that has to say something. And there's no arrests, like the parents aren't arrested. Jody Sue not arrested, Andy not arrested. Who's had, yeah, it is hard when you have to live this life. I've never been kidnapped, but I've lived a pretty rough life with drug addicted parents, and I know that. And my dad trafficked in the drugs, and that's a big, it is hard. It's a hard life. I don't support everything the parents have done, but at times my heart goes out to Candus. How can it not? At certain times. But then there's other times I'm just like, I want to jump through the damn computer screen and punch her right in her face. Honest opinion. Like, I don't get why she gets up and walks away from news stations. I don't understand why it took her so long to come out and speak to the news. I don't understand why she had to write a statement instead of just speak about it. I don't understand why she ran to Ernie, or why she was flirting with Benny, or pretending to like Benny, or whatever the hell she was doing there. There's a lot of things I just do not understand. Me either, but the abuse and fighting and drinking, yeah, me neither. Me neither. And there's many times we thought Dawn and Candace wasn't doing that, and then to our surprise, they're sitting in a hotel room with the grandchildren fighting. Make it make sense. All right, let me put this back on. Well, Golden, I don't know if I agree with that, because she was independent the whole time he was in jail. She moved and went where she wanted when she wanted. She was at Kathy's, then she went home when she wanted to be home. I think she survived 9 months. That's a pretty good time. She didn't starve, she didn't die. I think she's capable of being independent when she's sober, right?
the fuck out of here.
Oh boy.
I need to get out of here and I'll
Here's the thing, I think it's okay to disagree. I do. And you're right, Susan Smith is a prime example, Cursed. She did depend on Kathy a lot, but then eventually she moved away from Kathy. There was the big fight, the box left in the truck. You're right, she isn't alone very often. She does seem to be like she has to have a lot of people around her at all times. So that's a true statement too, right? But does that mean she harmed her kid? It's the lies and the games for me. It's not so much the independence for me. I think she's capable of taking care of her children. That she just had, She did leave. Oh, when Dawn got out? No, she left before Dawn got out. She went home like 2 months before, I think. Who has the dates on those? I could be wrong on the timing.
look back.
Well, I don't know if Don's involved, it may be hard to not look back.
Yeah, it might be hard.
So, is there a way Don could have came home and grabbed her without you knowing?
Anything's possible.
Yes, there's something in the phone. If Don is involved, not have discussed any of this with me, like it's for your own ass. Him has deleted something off the phone. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you don't. Yeah, so I don't know what you.
Sorry.
Months before I even came around, statistics because they're real, right? Like,
Whenever Don was dying doing it, it's like that hurt.
when you
I don't think he did that, but
said, "Oh, you're not my friend anymore," I think you need to believe him.
oh my god. Oh. It's a fire that fucked me up.
Because we have kind of talked about that before. I mean, what'd you say? It was like a month before Summer got gone that he had went to Knoxville with just a little bit of money that came back with a whole bunch of crack.
Yeah. Oh.
I think that's enough for tonight. I don't know, Candy. Like this phone scenario, I guess I assumed he had brought the phone back. Let me tell you what.
Yeah.
I think that when Tim said, "Oh, you're not my friend anymore," I think you need to believe him.
Okay.
I think you need to believe him, and I think that there could be a real possibility that Tim is in some way got some sort of strange mental infatuation with Don where, I don't know, I've heard some strange talk out of Tim in the past 7 months. And I do know that it seems like a portion of what Tim is trying to get done
Y'all do the right thing.
is Dr. Phil and Netflix kind of shit. And, yeah, and I don't know. I don't know what links Don and Tim would be willing or able to go to let me tell you what. Katie, I'm not fucking with you. This phone situation, this is a problem. It's a problem. And I'll tell you why. Because Chris is just under the belief that the phone has been downloaded. Now that would be one thing. Well, that would be one thing if the phone came back and Tim agreed that he had downloaded the stuff off the phone. Now he's just telling you he downloaded the stuff off the phone, but you've not seen the phone again. So you don't know if he has the phone or not. Now, add that to the fact I have the phone now. You have the phone now. Yeah.
It's all the same conversation.
Now the story switched a third time. Now she has the phone.
Had you been through the phone yourself? No, I did not. Because I'm not like that. Well, I don't go to my husband's phone because that's not right. Do you think that this situation is different? And that maybe different. Huh? I think it's way different. I think that this situation is a good enough situation for you to go through your husband's phone. I don't think that you have anything to worry about. I think that this is what I think. I think that if you get the phone and you open the phone up, I think it's going to be pretty easy to find out if shit has been deleted out of the phone. Okay. If shit has been deleted out of the phone, that's a problem too. Right. You said he had the phone for about 2 weeks? Yeah, Tim did. Okay. Does Cam or anybody else know about the phone being no, only you do. Only me. Okay. So I don't know if you're gonna like the idea of this. But I think it might be a good move, Candus, if you take the phone to Sheriff Lawson. If Donnie is on his own, you certainly. Now, this is the thing. Donnie's in jail. You're at the house. It isn't fair. I mean, I know in the world nothing's fair, Arlie, but it isn't fair. It's not ethical for him to lump you two together and for him to say that the parents aren't being cooperative. I'm not like that. Well, I don't go to my husband's phone because that's not right. Do you think that this situation is different? And that maybe different. Huh? I think it's way different. I think that this situation is a good enough situation for you to go through your husband's phone. I don't think that you have anything to worry about. I think that this is what I think. I think that if you get the phone and you open the phone up, I think it's going to be pretty easy to find out if shit has been deleted out of the phone. Okay. If shit has been deleted out of the phone, that's a problem too. Right. said he had the phone for 2 weeks?
Yeah, Cam did.
Okay. Does Cam or anybody else know about the phone being in?
Only you do.
Only me. Okay. So. I don't know if you're gonna like the idea of this.
What's up?
But I think it might be a good move, Candus, if you take the phone to Sheriff Lawson. If Donnie is on his own, you certainly. Now, this is the thing. Donnie's in jail. You're out. It isn't fair. I mean, I know in the world nothing's fair, Arlie, but it isn't fair. It's not ethical for him to lump you two together and for him to say that the parents aren't being cooperative. Yes, there's something in the phone. If Don is involved and you take the phone to them and you're also not involved, what you do is you get yourself out of the hot water immediately. That is the opposite of uncooperative. If you bring the phone to the police, then that is.
Okay, so I disagree. If the PIs have this phone and it's public and it's on YouTube, the police know that phone is out there, in my opinion. I have a feeling by the time Benny even talked about this, the police already had that phone. It's my opinion. Candus did not have that phone and that the PIs had the phone at this point. It does hit differently today. Definitely. Yep. They definitely had access to Dawn while he was in jail. And this was going on while he was in jail. So you don't think the police would go straight to Dawn and say, hey, what happened to this damn phone?
Your good faith chip. That's your good faith action. Like, hey, I am being cooperative. Here's the phone. This is his phone. If there's anything in it, like, have they ever asked you anything about the phone? You haven't talked to him, right?
No, I haven't talked to him at all.
That's the thing, Candus. I do believe you're thinking along the right terms, the right lines. I think that right now, you do have to create some space between you and Donnie and Tim. I don't know what the fuck they got going on, but the two of them, the two of them, they're thick as thieves, the two of them. So, I don't know what the fuck they got going on. But it doesn't seem like you're on that team anymore. Right? So, I don't know. Like, Tim used to tell me everything. And for him to not have discussed any of this with me, like, it's way more than just getting the videos off the phone. It doesn't, like, that's not.
Tim used to tell him everything. So that means he knows all Tim's secrets. Benny was the closest to Tim.
Not the way that works. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you don't. Yeah. So, I don't know what you think about that. extent that your husband did have something to do with it, like it would be helpful for Summer if there's data on that phone. It's going to be helpful. If Tim has deleted something off the phone, that makes it a problem for Tim now too, because that would put him in the mix, right? I mean, in order to get these boys back anyways, they told you. You got to create space. You got to make distance between you and Donnie. But the one thing you automatically have to do is to cover your own ass. And the way you cover your own ass at this point is to be completely transparent with them, right? Like bring the phone to them. I mean, that would be my suggestion. Now, you know, maybe you feel comfortable with that, or maybe you don't. But I think that every single thing that you do that's helpful with the police is going to mirror back and look good for you with the boys. That's the thing, right? If Lawson is saying that you're not being helpful, well, that's not going to look good to CPS at all. So, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't want to make it seem like it's clutch time.
Something I forgot to bring out when we were talking. You know how Don's going around saying that he thinks CPS kidnapped the kids? They took the kids, they weren't going to give them back. Before Candus was so drunk, in this live, we talked earlier about the CPS stuff. She tells us it was the lawyer that told her if she was to leave Donnie, she could get the kids back quicker. So that blows the whole CPS kidnapped my kids out of the water. I'm just saying. That's my opinion.
But it does kind of seem like it's clutch time, right? Like it's clutch time. Like, there's a copy of whatever was in Donald's phone, not in Donald's phone anymore. And the whole way that all that got set up didn't make any fucking sense. I just told you. No reason why Tim has to take that phone, or why Don has to take that phone with him to the fucking jail. No reason. Right? Donnie leaves the phone on the table at the house, and then he has Tim bring him to the jail. All right? You don't bring the phone with you and then give it to your partner and have your partner bring it back to your wife. That's extra. Right? So, I mean, it seems like, to me, it seems just like Don was like, here, bring this phone back to Candus once you get the shit off.
Oh, I agree. I've seen CPS be crooked with people I know. 100%. But I just don't think they kidnapped Dawn and Candus's daughter. That's my opinion. And yeah, Cher did say that a while back. We got to go over her some night too. There's so much to go over. 3 years is a long time. Too long.
I don't know what the shit is. But there isn't no reason why that phone should have went through Tim's hands. And it did. And it got stuck there. That's the thing. Like, you said he had that Joker 2 weeks. Man, who knows what he did with it in that 2 weeks? No clue at all. So, man, God damn it. I know, right? That's a lot. That's a funny.
The whole fact that this call took place, Crystal, the fact that Dawn was in jail for DUI while his daughter's missing and they're supposed to be sobering up and visiting their boys, is the reason they lost custody of their children. DHS gave them plenty of time to get sober with stipulations that they did not follow.
No, that's a lot. And you got to remember, like, I know Dr. Phil don't mean shit to the police, but you remember what Dr. Phil said? He said, I don't think Donnie has anything to do with this. But Candus, I think Candus knows something she doesn't know she knows. Remember that bullshit he said? Well, I don't know what that means to the police. Probably nothing. But that's the way that some smart people have seen it, right? It's a lot, man. It is. This phone situation, it changes a little bit because, okay, so when since Don has been in jail, has he talked to Tim on the phone? No. Okay. Has he ever said to you, did Tim bring the phone back? No. Did you ever tell him that Tim hadn't brought the phone back?
Paula, I don't mean to call them nasty people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not calling them nasty people at all. What I'm saying is it's my opinion. I don't think DHS kidnapped Summer. They didn't comply. They did it in the public in front of everybody. You can't get your kids back when you're still drinking, when you're getting arrested. That doesn't just go for Dawn and Candus, that goes for anybody in any state. Do you know how many parents would have a heart attack if they gave them kids back while all of this was going on? Parents that don't deserve to have their children taken but have had their children taken.
No. So he just assumed that you already had the phone. He didn't even know that the phone's been downloaded or any of that other shit. Right. Okay. Okay. Well, why would Chris be worried about the phone data being copied? I don't know why. That seems strange, doesn't it? Like, I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, if we're all the team, I understand that it's a little bit, I mean, it's disrespectful to download somebody's phone without asking, but if we're all on the same team here, I'm not sure why Chris would be upset about that. You know, it's all strange. Because really, what Chris should, the position Chris should be in is Chris should be like, oh, Tim, you got that phone downloaded. Do you mind if I take a look at the shit that was in there too? Chris shouldn't be mad that Tim downloaded the phone.
He's kidding, right? So he's sticking up for Tim. Chris shouldn't be mad that Tim downloaded the phone. Again, these are personal, private investigators. And Benny's trying to tell them how to do their job. I don't like that.
Candus, why Chris is upset that Tim downloaded the phone? In my opinion, I think because Chris and Trudy think that Don's going to try to set you up. That's what I truly believe. That's why Don and Chris and I was told Chris and Trudy said they were done with this shit. That's what you said you heard from some people too. So then you got to ask yourself, all this stuff that Chris thinks he figured out, why would he blame it on me instead of telling me that actually this is shit that Tim has done? He just blamed it on me. That's fucking weird. That doesn't make any fucking sense, Candus. Like, Chris and Tim are on the same team. Chris should have no problem with Tim downloading that phone, because now the shit that's in the phone is now available to Chris to look at too. But Chris is upset that the phone has been downloaded. What is Chris upset about? He's also upset that the cameras, whatever the fuck he said about the cameras, like, they've been activated with the audio, whatever that means. Like, why? Why is the phone fucked with, and why the camera's been fucked with? And why is Tim responsible for both? Why, Candus? You there? Candus?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Damn.
Explain to me why the fuck would Tim turn the cameras off? Why did he say he disabled the cameras? Because let me tell you what, you're telling me he disabled the cameras. At the same time, Tim's calling me trying to figure out how to get back into them. Tim and Chris. Right?
So Tim and Chris, Jasper, put him out. So Tim and Chris called him to ask him how to get into the cameras. So he's stating them two didn't know how to get into the cameras. Well, that's a little questionable. He questioned Candus, and I don't think she was in her complete right mind back then. No. It's my opinion she was more coherent at the beginning of this conversation. We're at the very end of it. You can hear her getting drunker and drunker by the minute. Hold on, guys. Sorry. So BK worried he's going to get caught in something, and he's trying to get Candus first. That's what it sounds like, or trying to make her think differently. I think he was trying to play some big manipulation tactics there. I see it, but I also cannot see it. You know what I mean? Like, I could see the other side of this as them being private investigators and people overdoing things. I just don't understand, like, the amount of it that has come to YouTube. It's just, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot of games that have been played in this case that confuse everything.
So you mean to tell me Tim came and disabled the cameras?
Yes, he did.
And then a few days ago was on the phone with me and Chris trying to figure out how to get back in it. And we were talking about the spiral notepad that had the fucking passwords in it. It had the email in it.
Birdie, for some reason, I think I skipped past it because I hit the button thing. I have that part cut. So I do intend on going over that deeper because I missed a lot. I feel like there's parts of this I didn't hear. And it was because I hit the damn... I'll show you what I mean. When I click on this tab and come up here and come to this page where my mouse is, if I accidentally click down here, it moves me to all kinds of weird places if I'm not editing and saving my spot. That's why when I first started, I was trying to save spots. But If we missed it, it's okay. I'm not done. We still have to go over the Tim Mullen part anyway. We can come back over this one. I'll cut pieces out that I think we missed and pieces that I think are really, really important. And we'll do this one more time. Yes, very, very much so. I can agree with that. I don't drink or smoke or anything. I probably would have be Summer gone and the boys, Dawn and Jill. I done lost my mind. I think she about did. Yeah. It's possible Candus just lost her mind. Yeah, I really feel like I missed a big part of this that I really wanted to talk about too, about the Knoxville. The whole part about what Benny seen. Maybe I'll go back because I think it was like at the one. I remember going back and trying to catch it. 1 hour, 8 second. I think I started at 8 minute instead. I think I fucked up. Okay, hold on.
Right now, Benny. Him is a joke. You need to stop talking to Tim for right now. I didn't talk to him. Why would he want you on that hill? He's the one that asked me to put some fucking cameras in there, Candus. Why would he unplug the motherfuckers? And why would he unplug them while your husband is fucking gone and you're there all alone? He's an asshole. It's more than an asshole, it seems like. Yeah, just being a jerk right now. I don't think it's, you don't have nothing to be.
I wonder if the PIs might have unplugged the cameras after they thought Benny had access and wanted to find out. So they called him like, hey, we can't get into him. Do you know how to get in? To see what Benny knew. It's a possibility. And yes, definitely outside the norm.
Being a jerk either. This dude is like, a jerk is just like, put your feet on my fucking table without asking. Shit like that. But like coming to my house and not taking your shoes off type of shit. That's disrespectful. But like this shit here he's got going on, like it's extra. You have to. I know you've been going through this for a long time, and it probably doesn't seem like a whole lot. Man, this is a whole lot. Shit. Let me tell you what. The motherfucking police, they had your phone last time and downloaded some shit out of it. Right? When they gave you the fucking phones back, wasn't there shit missing off the phones? Yeah, that whole phone. Right, but I'm saying, like, during this time in your life, for people to be downloading shit off of your phones is not good. Right? Man, let me tell you what, Donnie never took no whole bunch of videos that fucking Tim was going to be fucking concerned about getting for anything. Let me tell you this. Why the fuck couldn't have Tim just waited until Donnie got out of jail to get all that shit? I don't know. Why is there such a rush to get the phone downloaded? Why? That don't make no sense. I don't know. Man, this the other thing, Candy. That fool could have put some shit in that phone. He could have planted something in that phone that wasn't there before. Maybe all going on you. And I cannot, I don't look after that. What was the actual explanation? What did he say when he went over to like had to have said something to you and then went over and unplugged the camera? Candus. you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Damn.
Explain to me why the fuck would Tim turn the cameras off? Why did he say he disabled the cameras? Because let me tell you what, you're telling me he disabled the cameras. At the same time, Tim's calling me trying to figure out how to get back into them. Days ago,
Right now, Benny. Tim is a joke.
put some fucking cameras in there, Candus. Wipe them for right now.
I never talked to him.
Why would he want you on that hill? He's the one that asked me to put some fucking cameras in there, Candus. Why would he unplug the motherfuckers? And why would he unplug them while your husband is fucking gone? And you're there all alone?
The more I hear him say that, the more I feel like it was Chris and Trudy that unplugged them cameras and they wanted to see if Benny could get back into them. If he still had the app on his phone. And why is Tim telling Benny to buy cameras when Tim is local? Tim lives right there. He has no children. He makes pretty decent money. Why didn't he go buy the cameras if he wanted them put in? They had to wait for Benny to come from Texas to put cameras in and then to put the app on his phone. That's so weird. It doesn't make sense.
Tim is an asshole.
It's more than an asshole, it seems like.
Yeah, Tim's being a jerk right now.
I don't think it don't have nothing to do with being a jerk either. This dude is like, a jerk is just like putting your feet on my fucking table without asking me, shit like that. But like coming in my house and not taking your shoes off.
Do you hear the person in the background laughing? Listen, there is somebody there with him.
Yeah, Tim's being a jerk right now.
I don't think it don't have nothing to do with being a jerk either. This dude is like, a jerk is just like putting your feet on my fucking table without asking me, shit like that. But coming in my house.
Tell me there ain't someone in that room with him. Do you guys hear it? No, it's not his mom. Why would his mom be sitting on the floor next to the phone camera without talking? His mom can't shut the fuck up. It sounds like a female. I'm thinking it's Penny. Listen.
It don't have nothing to do with being a jerk either. This dude is like, a jerk is just like putting your feet on my fucking table without asking me, shit like that. But coming in my house and not taking your shoes off type of shit. That's disrespectful. But like this shit here he's got going on, like it's extra. You have to. I know you've been going through this for a long time.
You guys hear it too, right? Yeah, that's at his mom's old house. That was in the garage, Golden. He used to sit in it all the time. That's his mom's house. I'm not the only one that heard that, right? Because I thought I was hearing shit when I was listening to this last night. And that is a female. And it's not his mom. It's Benny's video. I uploaded it straight from his channel.
And it probably doesn't seem like a whole lot. Man, this is a whole lot. Well, shit. Let me tell you what. The motherfucking police, they had your phone last time and downloaded some shit out of it. Right? When they gave you the fucking phones back, wasn't there shit missing out the phones? Yeah, the whole phone. Right, but I'm saying, like, during this time.
I don't think he was with his wife, Be the Bean. At this point, he was at his mom's. The baby was coming to the house to visit him on weekends or some shit.
Time in your life for people to be downloading shit off of your phones is not good. Right? Man, let me tell you what, Donnie never took no whole bunch of videos that fucking Tim was going to be fucking concerned about getting.
Yeah, but I don't think that was... she might have been there at this time. Did she come before? No, I don't think so, Crystal, because didn't she come after? No, it was before she had gone on that other channel. She could have been there, but I don't think... Why would he have his daughter sitting in the room while they talk about this? Yeah, that's definitely his mother's garage. I don't think that was breezy. Not at all.
For anything. Let me tell you this. Why the fuck couldn't have Tim just waited until Donnie got out of jail to get all that? What was the agreement? Why turn off the cameras? All right. So I'm just like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, like, something don't feel right at all. Something is very, very wrong. And I don't, yeah, something is very, very, very disorganized. What'd you say?
No, I don't think so. Misled. I don't think it could have been on Candus's end because Candus and Benny were talking and it was louder than the recording. It sounded like it was like pretty much right in front of the phone, like right where the speaker is on the phone. So strange.
Yeah. I mean, the phone situation, the argument with Donnie, and then the searching right after that, and then the not having had talked to Donnie since they searched. I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't seem good. It seems, it seems like the people online might be right. It seems like Donnie has said something, even if it's, clearly they went and searched and didn't find anything. That's not, I don't know what that means, but you certainly could say that Donnie has said something, or if something was in the phone. They've got, something happened for them to come back around there and search for 2 days, Candy. They got some kind of information. Something came up somewhere. It had to have. It's just, they didn't just pick that area again for no reason. There was a reason they went there. Somebody or something told them, you need to go back over here and you need to spend 2 days doing it. I don't know.
There it is again. You can hear that person wrestling around. Listen, that's definitely not the recording.
Told them, you need to go back over here and you need to spend 2 days doing it. I don't know what that was. But there's a lot of things that have all jumped off at the same time that can make you wonder. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think that,
Definitely not the recording. Someone's pounding things. I guess it could have been his mom, but I don't think so. Candus should have told Benny go ask Dawn since he wants to know so bad. I Ben told him to ask from his own damn self, he being hateful towards Candus. Yeah. Benny thinks Candus has answers to everything. Dude, at this point, Candus was sloshed. She could barely talk. Like, the conversation wasn't even worth having for at least the last 45 minutes of this conversation. It's just him talking, talking, talking. Well, she's grunting and groaning. Well, we can't talk now.
I don't know, Candace. You got to be able to trust somebody with the law enforcement. That's one thing I do know. If you're, I believe you. You're not involved. You got to be able to trust them, and the way that you show that you trust them is by bringing that phone. Like, that's something not right about that, man, at all. In the worst way. Like, all these different things happening, and then boom, they're out there searching. That don't make no sense. You there? Yeah. I don't know. Think about it. I'm gonna let you go.
He's like, you there? She's like, sure. It was pointless of him to even talk this far with her. Sure.
You sound tired. Let's talk in the morning time a little bit more when we're not tired and all that stuff. And let's talk about this phone situation. I want to talk to Tim about the scenario, but I want to make sure that I understand everything that there is to understand before I ask him about it, because what I really want to do is ask him in a way to see if he'll lie to me. If he's going to lie to me about it, that's even a bigger problem, right? So let me just kind of work on it in my mind for the rest of the night, and then call me when you get up tomorrow. You hear me? Yeah. All right. Call me in the morning. Go get you some rest. All right. Good night. All right. Good night.
That's it for tonight.
Okay, guys, so the reason I wanted to watch that one first was because it was him and Candus, and it actually happened the night before. I want to watch them in order. He claims this happened prior to him talking to Tim. I pointed a bunch of stuff out, but there's more to point out in the next one. Now, I'm still confused. I don't know. You can leave your thoughts. Those of you that watch it in the rewind, leave your thoughts in the comment section. Do you think Benny overstepped? I do. I believe he overstepped. I believe Penny overstepped. I'm very, very curious about Penny's part, why she didn't want to be recorded by the PIs, or why the PIs would even warn them that they wanted to record them, and why Penny wouldn't speak to them. I'm very confused, and these are the questions I've always had. I know people made a big deal about the phone. The phone's a big deal, but I don't think it's as big of a deal as the asking for birth certificates, because face it, it's been stated in my chat how many others asked for the birth certificates. Marlena, so many. Why is that? Then on top of the birth certificates, you have the cameras where he downloaded the app on his phone. To me, those are the possibilities of things I think Benny could have been involved in. I do not think Benny was involved in the phone. That's just the feeling I get. But anyways, thank you guys for being here while I reviewed this tonight. Tomorrow night, I'm going to find the piece that I missed because I definitely skipped over a big piece in here that I wanted to go over. So I'm going to bring that out first, and then I'll just clip it and download it. And then we'll start on the Tim and Benny conversation. Then I think what I'm going to do after that is I'm going to take a little break and move on to something else for a little bit. I don't know what it is. I have to get into Kayleen's case again because I promised I'd do that. But I think after that, I want to cover Ernie. I want to get into when Ernie was there and Ernie and BK's fight because I think it's important. I'm curious to know, did Ernie ever have conversations with the PIs? I don't think I ever really paid attention to that. Okay, guys. What time tomorrow night? Well, tomorrow, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll announce it at some point in the afternoon. I have to see how my day goes. I got grandbabies. Yes. Good night, guys. It's 10:42, but I'm going to get off of here. Thank you for being here tonight. Hit that like button, subscribe, do all the fun stuff. And have a good night. Peace and love. You're welcome, Miss Leds. Good night, backwoods.